our colleagues in the YouTube channel. I'd like to mention that we have the delegations of the nine member countries of the OIRSA, and we've had also in the YouTube channel a high participation of different countries, different cities of Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Guatemala, Panama, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Argentina, Colombia, and Peru. So we've had a really good Latin American participation. And everything we've talked these 3 days will remain uh, in the YouTube channel. For example, the first day we reached a bit more than 1,000 views in one day, so it will remain there for future consultations. You can, even those here, you can revisit some of the presentations of the past couple of days. So the objective of this third day is more mainly to see the international global view, the regional view of certain regional organizations, and obviously the private sector perspective. And without further ado, before we give the floor to our speakers, I would like Engineer Robles to say a few words for the audience. Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to Simon Padilla for being with us, for giving us the opportunity how to show how the ePhyto project started and the future it holds. Like Javier was saying, I believe our work has we have a destination, we have a user, we have services, and today's blog is extremely important to hear from the experiences of our speakers representing coffee exporting sector in Panama, representing the seeds exporting sector of Chile, grain exports from the United States. And this has sparked interest actually that we may have outside of the program, the participation of the steering group of the IPPC that works together with us to try to integrate all the demands or the needs that they receive while using these technologies, and obviously to share with us all the benefits that this is generating to the export sector. So I just wanted to say that, and of course, I would like to hear Simon's interesting presentation. He is part of the beginning of all this story, and he will continue working with us in the future. So, Simon, thank you very much for being here, and go ahead.
Sí, muchas gracias, Rodrigo, por
Thank you,
tus palabras.
Rodrigo,
Primeramente, me
for
gustaría
those kind
saludar a
words.
todos.
First
Buenos
of all,
días
I would like to
allá en
greet
la República
everyone.
Dominicana. Yo
Good
estoy
morning.
en Ginebra.
In the Dominican
Es
Republic,
una
I
experiencia
am
nueva
in
poder
Geneva.
verlos en persona.
It's too
Justamente
bad I
como Rodrigo
cannot
nos
join
tuvimos
you in person,
algunos
but
compromisos
we
que
had a
habíamos establecido con
few
anterioridad y me
other
hubiera encantado estar
commitments
con ustedes.
that had
Sin
already
embargo,
been
gracias a
set. I
Dios,
would have
puedo
loved
estar
to be there
aquí
with you.
y
But
realizar
thanks to the
esto de
technology,
manera
I can
virtual.
be here and do
Y
this virtual
agradecerle
presentation
también a
for you.
OIRSA
Thank you.
por esta iniciativa.
And
Es
thanks to the
es una
OIRSA for this
reunión
initiative, for this
que
meeting,
entiendo tiene como
and
objetivo
that
apoyar
I
a los
believe
países
has
de
the
esta
main
región
objective
a
to
implementar la
support the
iniciativa
countries of this
ePhyto.
region to implement
Como lo
the FIDO
indicó
initiative.
Rodrigo, yo represento al el Fondo
As
para
Rodrigo
la
mentioned,
accesibilidad
I
del
represent
comercio y
the
comercio
fund
del
for the
CTF y preparé
CTAF,
unos
facilitating
pocos slides. No es
trade.
mucho que
I prepare a
que les
couple
voy
of
a dar ahora.
slides, not too much.
¿Los pueden ver?
Can you see my presentation?
Perfecto. Entonces, sí,
So,
como les indicaba, el STDF es un
as
mecanismo
I said, the SCDF is a
es una
mechanism.
asociación de 5 organizaciones
It is an
internacionales
association,
basadas en la
basically,
cultura,
of
la
five
accesibilidad y
international
la cooperación
organizations. We are
en Ginebra.
based here in the
Y el objetivo que
World
tiene
Trade
este
Organization
mecanismo
in
es
Geneva,
ayudar a
and the
los
objective
países en
this
desarrollo en
mechanism
la
has is to
implementación del
support developing
acuerdo
countries in the implementation
sobre la
of
aplicación de medidas sanitarias y
the agreement on the
fitosanitarias por la
application of
Organización Mundial del Comercio. Y es por eso que
health
estamos
and
aquí ahora.
phytosanitary
Y las organizaciones
guidelines
que
of the World
forman
Trade
parte del STDF
Organization.
son
And
aquellas que
those that
están
are the
miembros de la
organizations
OIT, la
member
FAO,
of the
la
SCDF
OIT, que
are
ya nos
the
ya
ones you
mencionó, y el
see.
OMSA,
The FAO
el
is
Banco Mundial,
the OMSA, the
la
World
OMS, la
Bank,
OMS y la OMC. Entonces son estas
OMS.
cinco organizaciones
And
internacionales
these
crearon este
five
mecanismo
international
para
organization
apoyar
created this
a
mechanism
los países
to
en desarrollo a
support
implementar el acuerdo MSF.
developing countries to
Eh,
implement the
el trabajo
agreement.
que el STDF ha realizado en el tema de la
The work
certificación
that the SCDF
electrónica
has carried
sanitaria
out in
fitosanitaria
the
ya lleva
electronic
años
sanitary and
y
phytosanitary
inició ya hace
certification
más de seis,
has been
ocho
going
años,
for
diría.
a couple of years, more than six,
Basándonos
8 years, I would say,
en el acuerdo MSF
and
para
basing on
facilitarles,
the
que incluye
MSF
artículo
agreement
8
of
y
the
el
World
anexo
Trade
C específicamente,
Organization,
y
which
células y
articles
elementos
8
de
Annex C mentions
facilitación de
certain
comercio, es
elements
decir,
to
cómo
facilitate
se
trade,
deberían aplicar
how
los procedimientos de control, inspección y aprobación en el ámbito de las medidas
the
sanitarias.
instruments of
Y existen ya
approval,
elementos que están
inspection, and
incluidos, que ya
control.
se mencionan,
And
como
there
por
are
ejemplo
elements that are
requisitos para
already
implementar
mentioned in this
plazos
agreement, like, for
requeridos,
example,
el
to
solicitar requisitos
prevent
de información que sean limitados a lo necesario,
delays to
porque en
record
muchos casos pues se
information that
pueden
is
cobrar por
limited to
conceptos de
what's
servicios
necessary, that the
sanitarios
rates
y
that can be
sanitarios
charged for the
adicionales
services,
obligatorias.
sanitary and
En fin,
phytosanitary,
los
should not be
requisitos de identificación y
discriminatory.
geolocalización de las
There should never
instalaciones
be
tiene que haber
discrimination
circuitos
between the
para que
location of the
se puedan
facilities, and that
evitar
there must be a
errores.
procedure
Entonces
to
son principios
examine
ya de
complaints and adopt
facilitación de
corrective
comercio que se
measures. So
encuentran en el
these
acuerdo
are
MSF,
principles of
porque el
trade
acuerdo MSF
facilitation
es
that
un
are part
acuerdo
of the MSF
internacional que
agreement. But this
busca
agreement, it is a
darles
trade
la
facilitation
posibilidad a
agreement,
los
of course,
países de
that seeks to
establecer
give
medidas para
opportunity to the
proteger
countries to
a
establish
las
their
personas,
animals, plants,
pero al
and
mismo tiempo
people,
facilitar el comercio, es decir, hacer que estas
but at
medidas
the
sean
same
lo
time
menos
facilitate
restrictivas al
trade,
comercio
making
posible.
these measures
En el año,
the as
a partir
least restrictive
del 2
as
de febrero del
possible.
año 2017, entra en
Starting
vigencia
February 22nd,
el nuevo acuerdo
2017,
comercial
it
de
was
comercio
enacted
de
a new
facilitación
trade agreement,
que
the
también cuenta con
trade
elementos
facilitation agreement that also
específicos que
accounts
aplican al tema de sanitarios
with
fitosanitarios. El objetivo
phytosanitary
del
and
acuerdo MSF de
sanitary
comercio es agilizar realmente
aspects.
la
The objective
descentralización
is
de las mercancías y
to
facilitar
speed up or
el
streamline
comercio.
the movement
Y se aplica a todos
of
los
the
medidas sanitarias que
merchandises
pertinentes,
and
incluidos
remove any
los
customs
levantaderos de medidas
constraints,
sanitarias
and
fitosanitarias.
applies to
Entonces
every
nosotros en base a
relevant
estos dos
organization that deals with
acuerdos
this type of
comenzamos a trabajar el
processes.
tema de
And
facilitación
based on these
de comercio
agreements, we
y
started working on
específicamente
trade
para
facilitation and
certificación
specifically
electrónica.
the certification, the ePhyto.
Algunas de las cuestiones que nosotros ya
Some
identificamos
of
y
the
hemos
aspects that
estudiado a lo
we
largo
already
y ahora cuando
identified a
comenzamos
couple of years
trabajar
ago,
estos
as I
temas,
mentioned, when we began
son los
working on these
principales obstáculos
subjects,
que se
are the
tienen
main
identificados por
obstacles
los
or
países en
barriers that were
desarrollo para
identified by the
implementar las medidas
countries,
sanitarias.
developing countries, to
Ustedes
implement
pueden verlos
sanitary
en
and
la pantalla,
phytosanitary
no voy
measures.
a
You can see
darles
them
detalle,
listed in the
pero
stream. I'm not
menciones como
going
cada
to take too long on
dispositivo que
them.
usaban
It's
de
there's limited
certificación que tiene que hacer
information,
la agencia al
multiple
borde de frontera,
inspections for by
falta de
different
coordinación en
agencies in
las
borders,
fronteras,
lack of
procedimientos
coordination in
complejos,
border agencies,
excesivos
complex and
requisitos documentales
extended
y sobre
procedures,
todo, y por
excessive
eso
document
quiero ponerlo en
requirements, and
pantalla,
more
lo que
than
nos parecía
anything, that is why it is
más
highlighted in red.
importante y más
What
difícil
seems
para el
important
sector privado
for the
que fue
private
mostrado
sector was
el tema de la
that
arbitrariedad y la
was served
imprevisibilidad, es decir, que los
arbitrariness
requisitos cambiaban
and
seguido,
permissibility, meaning
regularmente,
that
y ellos no
requirements
sabían qué es
changed
lo que iba a pasar.
constantly and they regularly didn't know what was going to happen.
Además, cuando comenzamos a trabajar en esto,
When we
identificamos
started
algunas
working on this, we
oportunidades
also identified certain
que se podían
opportunities
resaltar
or
para
areas of
facilitar
opportunities
el
that could be
comercio y
highlighted
para
to
facilitar la
facilitate
aplicación del acuerdo MSF.
trade and to facilitate the
Entre ellas
application of
están
the MSF
aplicar
agreement. Among them,
estándares
you can see
internacionales
to
para
use
la
international
transparencia de
standards to improve
los requisitos de
transparency
certificación y
of
licitación,
the requirements for
utilizar
both
enfoques
for
basados en
imports and
riesgo,
exports,
es
to
decir, tomar
use
las mercancías
risk-based approaches
y hacer, por ejemplo, hacer
when dealing
inspecciones
with
cuando
merchandise
es
and
algo
doing
que
the
solamente
inspections of
para
the
los casos que
merchandises
representan
or
un mayor
the
riesgo,
goods only
como
when this
introducción
represents a higher risks,
de una enfermedad,
like introducing a
y
pest or
colaboración entre
disease,
las
and
agencias
uh,
fronterizas y el tema de
collaboration
certificación
between
electrónica
border
sanitaria
agencies and
fitosanitaria que
the
ya fue resaltado en el acuerdo MSF.
e-certification, both sanitary and
Entonces,
phytosanitary.
estoy hablando más o
That
menos en el año
I'm
2016,
talking
cuando
about
en el
uh,
STDF
the
comenzamos a
year
trabajar en el
2016, when in
acuerdo
the
de
SCF we
certificación
started
electrónica
working
sanitaria
in the
fitosanitaria
electronic certification,
como
both
un
sanitary and
elemento para
phytosanitary,
contribuir a la
as an
facilitación del
element to
comercio
contribute to
seguro,
the
es decir,
facilitation of a safe
garantizar la
trade,
protección
meaning ensuring the
de la
protection
salud
of
y de la vida de los
the health
seres
and
humanos, de los
life
animales y de las
of
plantas, y al
human
mismo tiempo
beings,
facilitar el
plants,
comercio.
and animals,
El
and at the
trabajo que
same
se hizo
time
entonces
facilitating
desde esa
trade.
época
The work
comenzó
that
con
we did
talleres
starting at the year
de
began
formación
with
sobre este tema,
workshops, training workshops on this
incluidos también un
matters,
taller, me imagino que
including even a
Rodrigo
workshop
lo
that I
mencionó ya
believe Rodrigo
anteriormente
mentioned that
cuando
already
conversamos
before, a workshop we
hace
carried
el mes
out
pasado en
last
San
month
José, Costa Rica,
in San Jose,
juntamente con el
Costa
equipo
Rica, together
para
with the
discutir
like
sobre el tema de
to
la certificación
discuss
electrónica, en este
the
caso
ePhyto,
para productos de origen
in
animal,
this case
es decir,
for
sanitaria y productos de origen
animal-based
animal.
uh,
Pero les voy a mencionar esto,
quantities.
de esto más
I will
adelante.
talk a little bit more about
Y
this
fue ahí
later on.
cuando en el año
And
2016
that's
el STF
when in 2016 the SCDF
aprobó un
approved a project where we were supporting the IPPC in the creation of this mechanism of the ePhyto solution that has as an objective to improve trade between plants and animal commodities, at the same time improving phytosanitary safety. We then worked with OMSA facilitating the veterinarian certification based on single window services that I will also talk about in a moment. And we created a consultative committee on ePhyto from MSF called ICAC, and you can have all the information that you wish to see if you want to know more in detail in our website. Regarding the ePhyto solution, I am not going to explain what what it is because I assume you all know it perfectly. You've had conversations about ePhyto and how to implement it for a couple of days now. But I would like to highlight why was this relevant for the SCDF to support the IPPC in 2016 to implement this system. I remember that there were many conversations happening here in Geneva between all the different members of the SCDF, including the IPPCs, of course, but also other members on what would be the best solution to establish a system that would allow national agencies of phytosanitary protection to exchange these e-phyto certificates. This e-phyto project was truly a, a, a hallmark for the SCDF because it is the application of a phytosanitary measure NIF 12 as it can be applied in a practical matter. Another point is the reduction of the need of carrying out bilateral agreements between these phytosanitary security organizations to process electronic certificates because that's what was happening before. There were mechanisms of for bilateral exchanges agreed usually between the main countries, main exporter countries with main importer countries because they saw a large financial benefit in having electronic certification mechanisms. And the same thing is happening now in terms of animal health, veterinarian systems in the different products. There are already mechanisms that are being applied. But all these mechanisms are based in bilateral measures or agreements in aspects merely commercial. What we saw in the cases of the less advanced countries, let's say in terms of infrastructure, technology, trade, were they were left behind, out of the system. Basically, another important point that we saw was a joint effort. eFIDO was a truly joint effort, not only of the STDF, but all these organizations you see in the screen, the computing center, I believe, in Spanish, for the UN, they were the ones that created the mechanism itself. Codex, they also participated the WOAH sector that they deal with exotic species, UNCTAD, UNCFACT, they're international organizations establishing the standards to for information transfer, the World Bank, the World Customs Organizations, and also countries that were interested, like Canada, United States, Australia, the European Union, and also the private sector that we will hear from after my presentation, some representatives of the private sector to hear why was it important for them as well. So truly, FIDO was a joint effort. And the last point that is to me the most important one, it is truly a solution that benefits all countries, developed countries, but also developing countries and countries that don't have that much advancements. These countries that have no system that they were barely establishing a certification system, they could benefit from this GENS system that allowed them to exchange electronic certifications with any of the other countries included in the ePhyto. And that for us was one of the biggest reasons why we started working uh, with the IPPC. Now, several years later, more than 7 years after the project started, and the support of the SCDF basically finished. We are extremely happy to see the results this project has done. We have more and more countries connected to the system. We have more uh, phytosanitary certificates being exchanged. And what we did was, and as it is customary for the SCDF for most of our projects, we did an assessment that finished this year, ex post of the ePhyto solution financed by the SCDF. So we hired a consultant. If you're interested in seeing their report, there's a link in the screen. I will send you the presentation to your email so you can have it as well. But basically, in this slide and in the next, I want to highlight one of the main lessons that came out of this assessment of the FIDO that was carried out, finished this year, this assessment. First, harmonization. The harmonization of these certificates is key to present or to establish the electronic certification. That was really the first large work that we had to do, the harmonization. And it is something we understand that could happen also for the electronic certification of animal-based products. Second, the investments, relatively small investments in the aspects of digitalization that can have important catalyzing effects facilitating trade. So the investments really are relatively slow. We're not talking about very large numbers for financing. There are programs of millions to facilitate of trade facilitation, creation of single window services. It is something really, really complex that demands a lot of resources. However, the ePhyto solution is much simpler. It is a relatively small investment. We're talking only about the connection to the ePhyto system and that can have big results to facilitate trade. Another lesson learned from this assessment was that developing countries can have difficulties of access to technology and equipment, and this can prevent uh, using the opportunities of participating in the digitalization of commercial documents. It is recognized that for certain countries it can be harder because of the a lack of access to technology and resources. Another important aspect was the importance the private sector is given to this mechanism. They are interested and committed and willing to contribute to facilitate to improve trade facilitation in the proper circumstances, which is why we are going to hear representatives of the private sector uh, later on today. And the last item we could highlight in the same in terms of lessons is that the implementation of the certification, electronic certification, doesn't have to be a an all in or nothing. It can happen by stages, step by step. So we don't have to go 100% to a national system that allows us to, or that is linked to the single window, or that allows us to exchange at a regional and global level all types of electronic certification. No, this can be done in a progressive way, scaling up, starting with a gen system to then, so we can exchange electronic certifications with certain countries, the countries connected to the hub, and little by little improve and enhance the systems and integrating it in a national system or a single window service portal. It is something that we can do in a step-by-step basis. It's not do it all or do nothing. The recommendations that we received from this evaluation, first, continue improving the gen system to make the best of the all the potential advantages like electronic payment, traceability, data analysis, and these are things that are being done already. Thanks to the support of other international agencies, this type of aspects are already being addressed in the gen system. Another recommendation was to work with the WH and other relevant organizations and the put in place of other certificates for veterinary certificates and sanitary certificates through the hub. Why? To use the hub for other type of electronic certificates that are not justified or that are not just phytosanitary, to identify any technical adjustments that may be necessary in the hub to process other types of certificates, to have an example of an harmonization approach with a group of non-global participants. We know globally would take longer, but this can begin with a couple of countries, and also to solve any type of technical complexities that may come up in in additional transactions. So, as I said, this is work that already started. We did a seminar, a workshop with ICA, and we are already trying to identify pilot countries that could participate in this works. There was a lot of interest in the countries of the region in working in electronic veterinary certifications for animal-based products, and precisely in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. So I think we are simply if we can continue this work with that at the beginning is going to be something small, something regional of a few countries, but always with the objective to make it a global initiative like the ePhyto. In the recommendations, we also saw that the SCF to use its power or summoning power to, and that's what we're doing. And also, it was recommended to the SCDF to continue working and spreading out information and technical knowledge for ePhyto and plant health initiatives. And that's what we're doing here, actually, to encourage the use of ePhyto in the countries that are not 100% on board with this product. In terms of the advantages of the e-certifications MSF, I'm not going to go into details because we all know what the advantages of having the electronic certification is compared with the paper certification. In terms of the challenges, yes, there are some challenges, and we understand that mainly for some countries and the less advanced countries or developing countries, there are several challenges that prevent them to get more benefits from the phytosanitary electronic certification, the deficiencies of paper systems, the legislative frameworks that are not proper, lack of policies or political will, lack of protocols that are harmonized, costs in the beginning that could be elevated for certain countries in terms of infrastructure, of technological infrastructure. As you can see here, these things are not necessarily related to the technological or technology area, but these are issues of the electronic systems in the countries. And that is why I would like to finish with this analogy of the cherry on top of the cake. The electronic certification can be effective, both phytosanitary certification and animal-based products. How many countries can already with a system that include institutions, legislations, proper operations when there's already a solid system, national system? The e-certification is not going to solve systemic failures or flaws in national systems or processes. That is why the first thing that a country needs to do before beginning this electronic certification processes is to analyze their internal process and where they need to add more capacity. So what we want to avoid is that we have a cherry without a cake, basically, that we can get uh, and to connect an MPPO to the FIDO, but there's no proper foundation for it, and that's what we're working towards. The key messages I would like to for you to take home: first, the importance of carrying out an analysis of the current situation of each of the countries. What is the business process, the legal framework? What are the connectivity issues to truly know what do you need to implement the certification? The second message is greater harmonization that is needed in terms of phytosanitary. We've done a lot of work, but in animal health, animal-based products, we still have a long way to go in order to begin the electronic certification. In terms of integration between electronic systems, we are seeing that there are more and more digitalization systems, more electronic systems in terms of single window, customs, blockchains, different technologies being applied. What we need to find is compatibility and interoperability. We cannot have one system with a solution for everything, but that the system that we create are compatible and can operate with each other. And finally, greater coordination and collaboration between international agencies that are active. in the aspects of
entre las diferentes
electronic
agencias
certifications
de
related to
trabajo
trade and
nacionales
also
es
nationally
central
within the
para
agencies
los
that
sistemas
deal with
comerciales.
sanitary and
Y
phytosanitary
es importante que haya
issues, but
coordinación,
also other
sobre todo cuando
trade
hablamos de una
issues.
movilidad
And
única
it is
entre los
important to have
diferentes agentes.
coordination, for example, when we talk about single window services between
Por
the
eso, bueno,
different
nuevamente tenemos un
agencies
comité
that
consultivo
deal
sobre
with
electronic
these
Phytosanitary
issues. That is why
Certificate
it is
en el
important to
STDF.
create this
Con esto
consultative
terminaríamos la
committee
presentación.
that we
Solamente
did with the
agradecer
STDF.
a los
I would like
donantes
to
del
end,
STDF que ustedes pueden ver en
and
pantalla
finally, I would like to
y
thank
obviamente
donors of the
responder a sus
STDF
preguntas
that you see in the screen, and of
a
course,
responder a
I
cualquier
am willing
pregunta
to
que ustedes
answer
tengan
to
al
any
respecto.
questions you may have about it. Thank you.
Gracias, Simón,
Thank you,
le damos
Simone,
un
and
caluroso
really
aplauso por
a
la
big round of
presentación.
applause for your presentation.
Si tenemos consultas o
Do we have
comentarios,
questions or
eh,
comments?
podemos
If we
realizarlos.
have questions or comments, we can
Aprovecho,
do them
Simón,
now. And
ahora que
Simon,
tengo el micrófono.
since I have the microphone,
Mencionaste el
you
tema
mentioned
de financiamiento o la
financing,
posibilidad de
the
presentar
possibility
proyectos.
to
Es
present
importante,
projects. Is
si
that
no tuviésemos la
something
mesa
that's
para el
still
STDF,
on the
para
table for
certificación
CDF
electrónica, como para
or for the
financiar un
electronic
nuevo
certification
proyecto
to finance a
para los
new
países miembros del
project
OIRSA, Simón?
for OIRSA member countries?
Sí, muchas gracias por la pregunta. Sí, es verdad,
Yes,
no le
thank you
dimos
for the
específicas
questions.
informaciones
I didn't
específicas
give you
sobre
much
lo que hace el
information
STDF,
specifically on what
pero
the
sí,
SDF
el
does,
STDF
but
es un
yes,
organismo de
SDF
financiamiento
is
que
a
nosotros
financing
apoyamos a los
mechanism
países
as well. We
líderes en
support
desarrollo
countries, developing
mediante
countries,
mediante el
through
financiamiento de proyectos que buscan
funding
ayudarles a
projects
cumplir con
that
estos
try
requisitos
basically
sanitarios y
aim to help
fitosanitarios de
them
importación
comply
y
with
exportación.
this sanitary and
Entonces,
phytosanitary
sí, hemos
requirements
trabajamos sobre todo
for
con, por
imports and
ejemplo, hay un
exports,
proyecto
and
de
mainly
reforzar, por ejemplo,
within
sistemas
projects of
fitosanitarios de un país.
strengthening
Un
phytosanitary
componente
systems of a
podría ser
country, a
la
component that could
certificación
be
electrónica.
the
Hablamos de
electronic
esto.
certification, and we've done that before.
Proyectos más específicos solo
More
sobre la
specific
certificación
projects
electrónica no
only
tenemos
regarding the
muchos de
electronic
ellos,
certification, we
pero
don't
sí
have a
hemos
lot of
tenido
them
varias
because
otras
we know
organizaciones
there
que
are
están haciéndolo. Por
several other
ejemplo, la Alianza
agencies doing
Mundial
this.
para
For example,
Facilitación del
the World
Crecimiento
Alliance
apoya a
for
varios países
Trade
en
Facilitation
varias
has
regiones
supported
del
several
mundo, incluyendo
countries
la
in
región
several
americana, América
regions,
Latina, para la
including Latin
implementación del
America,
ePhyto. El Banco
for the
Mundial, a través de su
implementation of
programa de
a FIDO.
facilitación
The
del
World
comercio,
Bank, through
también
their
apoya
program of trade
en esto.
facilitation, they also
La FAO y la
support
misma
this.
CDF están
The
apoyando varios
FAO
proyectos
and
para apoyar a
the
países en África. Entonces
IPPC
existen
is also
varias
supporting countries in
fuentes de
Africa.
financiamiento
So there are
para la
several
implementación del ePhyto
financing
en sí.
sources for the implementation of
El
ePhyto.
STDF podría ser una de ellas,
STDF
pero como
could
les
be
decía,
one of
nosotros lo
those,
vemos más
but as
en un
I said,
programa
we see it
más
more
global de
applied
reforzar
in a
sistemas de
global
certificación fitosanitaria,
strengthening
apoyar
project to
a una
support
organización nacional de protección
and a
fitosanitaria a mejorar su sistema de
national
certificación
organization of phytosanitary protection to improve their certification system in terms of in all different areas the
fitosanitaria.
certification
Y finalmente el tema de la
implies.
conexión ePhyto,
And
que
lastly,
sería algo
the
muy
aspect
complementado
of
del
the
proyecto.
connection,
Pero
the
sí es un
ePhyto
organismo
connection,
de
which is a
financiamiento que puede ser
component,
utilizado.
but we are a financing mechanism that can be used.
Sí, Simón, te lo
And
preguntaba porque
Simon, I asked
estos 3 días
because
que hemos estado aquí en
for the
el
3 days
evento,
we've been here in the event,
parte de la ruta de trabajo que se
part of
ha
the route map
identificado
we've
fue conformar
created
un grupo técnico regional de los
to
países
create a
miembros del
technical
OIRSA, que
regional
no solamente
group
queda
of
hasta aquí,
OIRSA,
sino que
meaning that
se está
the
conformando
workshop
un
is
grupo
not going to be
técnico
just
regional con delegados de
here.
los
We're
23
putting
países miembros
together
para
a
darle
team of
seguimiento
all member countries to
a ponernos
properly
a tono
follow
con los
up,
9
right?
países,
To
y parte también
um,
de este
get
grupo
on the same
técnico es
line.
la
And this
posibilidad
group, this technical
de
group,
elaborar notas
has the
conceptuales
possibility
para
of
reconocimiento internacional. Más adelante,
preparing
Rodolfo Rodolfo de la
different
OIRSA también va a presentar
notes
algunos grupos
or
de trabajo
papers
en ese sentido. Así
to
que
support all
espero
this
que la
coordination.
atención
So it
del
really it is
tema,
important to us
Simón,
this
y hay posibilidad de
topic,
entonces
Simon, and if possible, we
materializar lo que
can
vamos
maybe
a presentar
create a
a
proposal
STDF.
to be presented to STDF.
Ok. ¿Alguien más
Anyone else
aquí?
here?
Rubén Serracín de
Ruben
Panamá.
Serracin from Panama.
Sí, entonces, muy buenos días,
Good morning.
Simón.
Good
Muchas
morning,
gracias
Simon. Thank you
por la
for your
presentación.
presentation.
He visto con mucho agrado
I've been
en la
pleased
sección de
to see in the section
recomendaciones,
of the
pues
recommendations
que
that
el
the
STDF goza
STDF
de un trabajo
has
vocacional, lo ha demostrado también en
good
diferentes proyectos de facilitación al comercio.
reach
Y
out
también
potential, and this has been proven
la
in
última
the last
recomendación es
recommendation
seguir,
of
continuar
continue
trabajando
working
en, en la
in
capacitación y
training and
orientación de lo
educating
que es certificación
about
electrónica, ¿no? Pasos
electronic
concretos
certifications,
como
concrete steps
la ampliación a la parte de
in
certificación de
broadening the
productos
application of
en la
electronic
disciplina de
certifications
salud
in
animal, lo cual
animal health.
es muy loable
It
y es
is commendable, really.
una
It is
meta
a
ampliamente
highly
deseada por compañeros
expected
de la salud animal.
topic
En base a,
for colleagues.
a ese poder de
Based on that
convocatoria y dado
nature,
pues que un organismo
and
también
since you are
bastante relacionado con la
fully
Organización Mundial
uh,
del Comercio,
connected
yo quisiera
with
saber
the World Trade Organization, I would like to know
ustedes
from the STDF,
cómo,
how do
cómo se ve
you
eh, la,
how do you see
la buena
the good
intención
intention
de
of a
estos
lot of
organismos,
organizations,
algunos
some
muy
international,
internacionales que
that
dotan
have
financiamiento,
financing
de
to
trabajar
work
también en la misma
in this
en la misma
same
rama que estamos tratando, que es lo de la
topic we're
certificación
working, the
electrónica.
electronic certification.
Y
And I
digo
say
que es
that
muy buena
it's
intención porque
really,
de eso no hay
there's
duda.
really good intentions
Lo único
behind them.
que
We have no doubt.
nosotros nos preguntamos
But
si de
we
la
wonder if
OMS
from
se
the
puede hacer algún tipo
World
o
Trade
se puede
Organization,
influir de alguna manera
we can
para
find a
procurar
way
un
to
ordenamiento global en temas de certificación electrónica
find a global
que
system
evite la
for electronic
duplicidad,
certifications that
que
prevent
evite los
duplicity, that
conflictos.
prevents
Entonces,
conflicts.
creo que tu
I think
participación
your
o lo que puedas decir
participation,
en ese
whatever you
sentido
can add in that
eh,
sense,
es de extremada
is
importancia
extremely important
para los que estamos aquí. Así que
for all
a
of us
ver
here.
cómo se ve eso desde el
So
lado
how do
específico.
you see that happening?
Muchísimas gracias por la
Thank you very
pregunta, que sea
much
muy,
for
muy
that
interesante.
question.
Primero
Very
sí, agradecer
interesting question, very good one.
el trabajo que
First
estamos
of all,
haciendo nosotros
uh,
y después
for
la
the
pregunta en
appreciation of the work
específica
we're
que
doing, and
toca
the
un tema
specific
muy, muy
question that
importante,
to
¿no? Que es
me
el
really
tema
touches an important
evitar
aspect,
duplicación
which
y
is
crear sinergias entre lo
preventing
que están haciendo
duplicity
los
and creating
distintos organismos
synergies
internacionales.
on what the
Este es un
different
tema que para
organizations are
nosotros
doing.
en el STDF
This
es
is a matter that
sumamente
for us
importante. O
in
sea, el
STDF is
STDF
extremely
se
important.
creó
The STDF
hace
was
ya
created
15 años o casi 15 años,
15 years ago, I believe, almost
porque
15 years ago,
los principales actores a nivel
because
internacional
the
en temas de
main
sanitario fitosanitario se
actors
dieron cuenta que
globally
hacía
in
falta algo
sanitary
de
and
coordinación. Es
phytosanitary
decir, había ahí muchísima
issues
asistencia que se estaba dando
realized there
a
was a
los
lack
países
of
en
coordination. A lot of
desarrollo para
assistance
temas
was
sanitarios y
going to
fitosanitarios,
developing countries for
pero que se le sigue
phytosanitary
derivando.
and health
Los
issues,
donantes
but
bilaterales
what's
tenían sus
happening
programas, las agencias
individually?
internacionales tenían
We
sus
have
programas también,
bilateral
y en estos temas de
organizations
certificación
doing
electrónica está
some
pasando
work.
algo
We have
parecido, y
global
estoy de acuerdo contigo.
organizations doing something
Y
else,
me
and
gusta
in
mucho que pares
electronic
este,
certifications and
diciendo que,
phytosanitary,
claro, es una muy
something
buena
similar is
intención esto
happening.
que nosotros
And we know,
conocemos
I really
y me gusta, y
appreciate
es
you mentioning
ayudar,
that
es crear mecanismos
everyone
para
is filled with good
que
intentions because the idea is to
los
create
países
mechanisms that
en
support
desarrollo
trade
sobre todo,
in developing countries
pero para
more
los
than
países
anything.
en
But
desarrollo
for
puede ser
developing
complicado. No
countries,
están
this
todas
can
las
be
agencias
difficult
todas
because we
trabajando
have
del
so
mismo
many
tema,
agencies,
y a
everyone working
veces
in the same
se
topic,
podrían dar casos de
and
duplicación de
we
esfuerzos
definitely can have cases
digamos,
of
lo que se debería buscar
duplicity
es
of
una
efforts. And
coordinación
what we
entre
should
estos
try
trabajos.
to
Lo
aim
que hacemos
for
nosotros
is
en el
to
STDF
just
de este
find
Consejo
synergy, create
Consultivo
synergy in this work. What
sobre
this
certificación
consultative
electrónica
uh,
es justamente uno de los objetivos
group did
principales
is
aquí
exactly one of
este
the
grupo de
main
trabajo. Es decir,
objectives of this group is
conocer
that
qué está haciendo cada una de las
to know
agencias
what each
en temas de
agency
certificación
is doing
electrónica,
in terms of electronic
fitosanitaria,
certification,
fitosanitaria, pero también otros temas de certificación
sanitary,
biológica, porque
phytosanitary, and also
yo mencioné el
other
tema de
electronic
CITES, por ejemplo, que
certifications
está en
because
la
I
búsqueda
mentioned CITES, this
de especies
organization
exóticas. Ellos
of
también tienen un
exotic
certificado
species. They also have a
que
certification
certifican las especies exóticas, pero también
that
existe ya
protects
un mecanismo
endangered
cercano
species,
que
and there is
se está
already an
realizando.
electronic
CITES está
uh,
trabajando con UNCTAD
certification mechanism.
para trabajar sobre este tema.
CITES or CITES is
Entonces, sí,
working
hay varias, y lo que
to
queremos hacer
address
nosotros
this
es
issue. So
justamente buscar esta coordinación.
what we want is to
Un tema
find
importante que yo
this
mencioné
proper
en mi
coordination. Something
presentación
important that I
era la
mentioned in my
compatibilidad y la
presentation is
interoperabilidad. Y eso es lo que nosotros
compatibility
estamos buscando.
and
Es
interoperability.
decir,
That is
que
what
sea un
we
solo
are
sistema que maneje todos
looking
los temas
for
de
now.
certificación electrónica va a ser bastante difícil,
One
pero
system
que
to
permita
handle
que
all
haya
type of
más
electronic
coordinación
electrification, electronic
interoperabilidad va a ser
certifications is
más,
extremely hard,
es lo
but
importante.
one that
Y en
can
términos del apoyo que se le
connect and
puede dar a los
interact with other
países,
systems, that's
es lo mismo.
important. In terms of the
Como
support
mencionamos
we can give to
anteriormente,
the countries is the
definitivamente
same. As I
existen
mentioned
muchas fuentes de
before,
financiamiento y de
there
apoyo.
are many
Entendemos que la
financing and
Agencia Global
support
para la Facilitación de
sources. We
Comercio
understand the global agency for trade facilitation is already working with several countries. The World Bank is doing the same. Bilateral donors are doing the same. FAO has programs in the same direction. So what we want to is to improve coordination. That should be done on a multilateral way, but also at a regional way, and even national. Agencies like OIRSA can be a mechanism to improve coordination in this type of support, and nationally the same. Can also improve coordination between them to prevent duplicity and efforts and to create synergies between the different initiatives. It is extremely important. I cannot give you a specific solution, but it is something we're working on, and I know we should work harder on. Thank you.
Ok,
Okay.
también en el
And the
canal
YouTube
de,
channel,
en el canal de YouTube, la ingeniera Fátima
Engineer
Alfonso
Fatima
Paraguay
Alfonso
nos hace
Paraguay
la consulta.
is
Simón,
asking,
en el evento que
Simon, in the
mencionaste
event you mentioned
con los compañeros de
with the
salud
colleagues from Animal
hace un par
Health
de semanas en
a
Costa
couple
Rica, ¿a
weeks
qué
back in
conclusiones
Costa
llegaron?
Rica,
Es decir,
what were the
¿cuál es la
conclusions
visión que
of that
tienen
workshop? What is the vision
de
our
salud
colleagues
agropecuaria en
from
relación a
Animal Health
certificación
having
electrónica?
in this matter of electronic certification? Thank you for the question. Well, in animal health, we are a bit behind, really. What we're aiming to is the ePhyto as an example, an example of something that is already working, benefiting many countries already that are on phytosanitary certification. So, people working in sanitary protection or veterinary services to have ePhyto as an example. eh, to take that example and to do something similar. So we basically concluded that there's a lot of interest in other countries that participated in this event, that were basically all the Latin American and Caribbean countries. Maybe three couldn't participate, but Paraguay was also part of this event, and everyone agreed that they would on the interest they had, and basically to give a step forward and work in specific issues, meaning the same way we did with the fighter, to find one product, two countries that are already exchanging this product and certifications for animal-based goods, and to work in harmonization, electronic certification, to create a mechanism, and to then have a pilot program. You can choose one, two, three, or more countries of the region to work. The idea is to have a system that can be worth or useful for all of the countries of the region and even globally. What we're aiming to is to motivate the WHA to use this to the idea is to create a pilot program that can then be broadened
Excelente, Simón.
regionally and
¿Alguien
globally.
más que tenga algún comentario que sienta?
Simon,
Y
excellent.
si no, nos
Any
retiramos
additional
entonces y le
comments?
agradecemos a
If
Simón
not,
la
another round of applause for
participación.
Simon and thank you for participating today.
Y en lo personal, agradecerte, Simón, dado que
And
los últimos
personally, I would like
años
to
has sido
thank you,
un
Simon,
socio
because you've
estratégico
been
para la
a strategic
organización,
partner for OIRSA.
siendo un punto de
Simon,
contacto
becoming a
que ha ayudado a
focal
apoyar
point
algunas actividades, algunos proyectos que
that
OIRSA ha
has
presentado en
supported
su
some of
espacio
the
OIRSA. Así que
initiatives and
gracias,
products
Simón, por
from
tu
the
tiempo, tu espacio en esta mañana
IPC
y
with
saludos hasta
from
Ginebra.
the SCDF. They have supported
Perfecto.
us. And greetings in
Vamos a
Geneva.
continuar, compañeros.
Let's continue.
En este caso,
Colleagues,
vamos
now
a ver la visión que
we are
tiene
going to
el
see
Organismo
the
Internacional Regional de
perspective
Sanidad Agropecuaria. En este caso,
of the
nos tiene preparada una presentación el ingeniero
International
Rodolfo Veras. Él es gerente
agricultural
del Servicio
safety.
Internacional de
He is the
Tratamientos
manager
Veterinarios
of the
de
Quarantine
México,
Services of
quien
Mexico,
en
who,
representación de la OIRSA
representing
brindará
OIRSA, will give
alguna
us
visión y
some
ruta de trabajo que,
perspectives
digamos,
and route map
está proponiendo para seguir
that
en este
they're
tema de
proposing to
multilateral.
continue
Adelante,
working in
Rodolfo,
this
por favor.
topic. Go ahead, Rodolfo.
Gracias, Javier. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you, Javier. Good
Pues
morning,
agradecidos
everyone.
por la invitación y
First,
también
thank you for
saludos
inviting us, and
de
also
nuestro director ejecutivo, el
greetings
ingeniero
from
Raúl
our
Rodas
executive director, Mr.
Suazo.
Raúl Rodas Suazo.
Bueno, vamos a iniciar.
Let's begin.
Como, con la
How
presentación visión de la OIRSA como organización regional
OIRSA Vision as a
de
regional
fitosanitarios.
organization of phytosanitary
La que sigue,
protection.
por favor. Bueno, antes de continuar, me gustaría
Before we move on, I
que
would
conocieran, yo sé que
like
muchos
you
de
to know. I
ustedes ya
know
conocen la misión
many of you
de OIRSA,
already
pero es
identified the
nuestra
mission
esencia
of
y quiero
OIRSA,
que
but this is our
zapatuen
essence,
que
and I
la
want this to
misión de
be
OIRSA es
perfectly clear.
apoyar a los
OIRSA
ministerios y
missions is to
secretarías de
support
agricultura de
ministries
los estados miembros y
or
los esfuerzos por el
agricultural
desarrollo de sus planes de
secretariats
trabajo en salud
and livestock
animal,
secretariats in their efforts
sanidad vegetal,
to
servicios
develop their plans
veterinarios,
of animal
calidad
health,
de los alimentos.
plant
Obviamente
health,
este tema de
quarantine services,
certificación electrónica entra
and
en el área
food
estratégica de sanidad vegetal
health.
y
Obviously,
así
in plant
contribuimos al
health,
desarrollo económico
we
y social de
contribute
la población
to
mediante
the
una producción
social economical
agraria
development
sana,
of this
en armonía
population,
con el ambiente y
being
facilitar,
in
por lo
harmony
tanto,
of a proper
el
environment,
comercio internacional.
facilitating at the same time
La que sigue, por favor.
international trade.
Bueno, ¿cuál es nuestra visión
What's
como
our
organismo
vision
regional?
as a regional
Avanzar
agency
y
to support
apoyar en los
and make
procesos
progress
de facilitación del comercio internacional de
in
medicaciones
the trade
agropecuarias de todos
facilitation
los países de nuestra región y sobre
mechanisms
todo ya
of
usualmente lo sabemos,
agricultural
ya los
goods
esfuerzos que
in
hacen
all of our
algunos
countries of the region.
de nuestros
We
países
know
en la
some of our
implementación de estos
countries are
sistemas,
already
pero
supporting this
todavía faltan
or are trying to
varios
implement, but
y han
there are
sido
still
menos
some steps to
los que
take.
faltan, pero
We have
queremos
less
que a
countries
final de este
yet,
año
but we
ya
want by
todos los
the end of
países
this year
podamos
for all the
estar incluidos
countries
en
to
esta
be
parte de
included
certificación
in
electrónica
this
y pues
ePhyto
a través de usos de medios electrónicos y fortaleciendo
processes
la
and
seguridad
strengthening
en la
at the same
transmisión de
time
esta información.
the security while transmitting this information.
Bueno, como antecedentes o lo que se ha venido haciendo es que hubo una
What we have
invitación
been
de
doing,
Argentina
there
a su
was an
taller
invitation
de
from
eFyto
Argentina
a
to their
principios del
ePhyto
año en el mes de
workshop
abril.
at the beginning of the
También
year
los
in
directores de
April
sanidad
also.
vegetal propusieron en la mesa
Directors
técnica del
proposed in the
Comité Internacional
technical
Regional de Sanidad
working table
Agropecuaria,
of the
el CIRSA, la
committee
realización
of
del taller
CIRSA,
regional
the
aquí
creation of the
en
regional workshop
Dominicana.
here in
Para
Dominican
que les quede un
Republic.
poco más claro, el CIRSA
So it
es el
is clear for
órgano
you,
superior
CIRSA, it
del
is the
OIRSA y este fue
higher
creado
mechanism
por
of OIRSA,
ministros y
and this
secretarios
is
de
comprised
agricultura de
by
los países miembros de la OIRSA.
ministers and
La Dirección
agriculture
Regional de
secretaries of the
Servicios
different
Cualitarios
institutions
apoyó con
of the
equipos
region.
informáticos
We
también en
supported
algunos
with
países
computing
y
equipment in some
pues la
countries,
Dirección
and
Regional de
the regional
Sanidad
directorate
Vegetal
of plant health,
en este caso la dirección
in this case,
regional,
yes, the regional
organizó este
directorate
evento y fueron
organized this
responsables
event,
del
and they are
proyecto de
responsible
éxito en
of
los
the ePhyto
países que
project in the
todavía no se ha
countries
implementado y pues darle
that
continuidad en los
haven't
años
been
más
haven't
adelante.
implemented and that are following up on the progress
Ahora estamos
of this
trabajando
implementation.
o se
Now
está
we are
trabajando para
working to
eh, conformar un grupo técnico regional
create a
y
regional
fortalecer el
technical
grupo
group
técnico
and to
del Grupo
strengthen
Interamericano de
the
Cooperación en
technical group of
Sanidad
the Inter-American Group
Vegetal,
of
GIPSA.
Plant Health, the GACSV.
Las propuestas que tenemos
The
para los
proposals
países de
we
la
have
región
for the
es
countries of the region are
desarrollar el plan de
to develop
trabajo
the work
generado en este
plan
taller y
generated or created
considerarlo
in this
dentro del
workshop
Plan
and to
Operativo
consider it within the
2024
operational
de
plan
los países de
2024
la región,
of the countries of the
conformar
region
también, como ya lo
to
comentamos, el grupo
create,
técnico
as I
regional
said,
para el
the regional
seguimiento de las
technical group
propuestas,
to follow up
así
on the
como
different
fortalecer
proposals,
la
as well
participación
as
del Grupo
strengthening the
Interamericano
participation of the
de coordinación, perdón, en
plant
sanidad vegetal,
health
elaborar
coordination
nota conceptual del
group,
proyecto
an
regional para
inter-American
su
group,
fondeo, como lo mencionaban hace
to
un momento.
create a
Esto con
conceptual
la finalidad
note
de poder,
for
pues,
the regional
apoyar,
project.
¿verdad?, a los
This
países
obviously to support
con fondos económicos para su
countries with
implementación de los
financial
sistemas.
resources so they can implement
Y
the systems
actualizar
and
el
to
diagnóstico de las
update the
condiciones de
diagnostics of the
implementación de los
conditions,
países
implementation
de la región.
conditions of the countries of the region.
También tenemos algo bien importante que es
Something
fortalecer la
important
comunicación o
is
divulgación
to
de la
strengthen
importancia
the
del proyecto de la
communication
solución
or spread
ePhyto.
out
Sabemos
of
que pues ya
or
la
transmission
mayoría
of
de
this
ustedes conoce cuál es la importancia y
project.
las
You all know what
ventajas que
is the
tiene
importance and
la
the advantages the
implementación de estos
implementation of
sistemas en su
these
país y con
ePhytosystems have
esto
in your countries. And with this,
sensibilizar de los
we've raised
intereses, ¿verdad?,
awareness in
de los
the
países, una
interested
participación
sectors of the
virtual
different countries.
o
A
presencial ante
an
la mesa
online or
técnica
in-person
de sanidad
participation
vegetal y de
for the
cuarentena
technical
por
table of
parte de uno de los asistentes y
plant
esta
health and
reunión
quarantine
se
health
pretende
from
realizar
the
en el mes de
participants.
noviembre
And this
en
meeting is intended to
República
happen
Dominicana
in November here
y
in Dominican
coordinar
Republic,
acciones en
and to
posible
coordinate
transferencia
actions
al área
and
de salud
possible
animal, como ya lo
transfers
estaba comentando hace un momento
to the
el
area
doctor
of
Simón.
animal health, like
Entonces,
Dr.
a
Simon
ver de
was
qué manera
stating, to
podemos
find a way,
tomar la
let's say, how
experiencia
can
que
we
se
take
tiene
the
en el tema
experience we have
de sanidad
in
vegetal y poderlo transferir a
plant
las
health, and how
exportaciones de
can we
negocio en el tema
transfer that
de
knowledge
salud
for
animal, que
trade
sería un
facilitation
reto
in animal
de gran
health.
importancia,
That would
¿no? Para
be a
todos. Entonces,
large, a
creo
really large
que se
challenge for
puede.
all countries, but we can definitely do it.
Y bueno, oportunidades, la comunicación
Opportunities,
efectiva que ya
effective
comenté,
communication
esa comunicación que debe de haber
that
entre
needs
un
to
país con el
happen
otro, una
between each
organización
country,
regional
between
o
a
las
regional
ONPs,
organization
la
or
colaboración bien
of
importante entre
the
las autoridades
MPPOs, important
sanitarias y
coordination between
fitosanitarias y
sanitary and
colaboración entre
phytosanitary
áreas del gobierno y
agencies, and
sector privado.
collaboration
Y
between
nuestra
government and private
meta, como
sector.
ya lo
And our
comentaba para
goal,
este año,
as
ser la
we set it for
región
this
en
year,
donde
is to
todos sus
become the
estados
region where
miembros
all its
reciban
member
y emitan
states receive
certificados
and
ePhyto a
issue
través de
ePhyto
sistemas
certificates
propios o
through
de
their
sistemas
own
genéricos.
local systems or
Muchas
gens
gracias.
systems. Thank you very much.
¿Quieres quedarte aquí, Rodolfo? Y así mismo vamos.
Rodolfo, and we can get to some conclusions after this. I don't know if anybody has any comments, remarks, suggestions. Rodolfo practically presented or proposed the baseline of the work route of the roadmap. So it will be interesting to talk about some ideas, because at the end of the day, at the end of the workshop, we need to have a work plan. And experience tells us in the area of plant health that the best way of attacking a problem is to put together regional technical teams. So what happens is that we have the regulation review work team. So we don't get together throughout the year, but when we have to review guidelines or norms, we prepare 3 months before. The Latin American workshop and work gets very intense. We have a laboratory technical group where also projects and inputs are dealt with. So Rodolfo presented that same strategy. How can we present an ePhyto technical group to provide follow-up, not to work only here? We go back home and then we forget everything. So that is not what we want, in the sense that each one of the countries take the leadership to support or drive all of these issues, because sometimes we just go back home, we go back to our countries, and the work methodology that we have developed here in our responsibilities back home help us forget all of the work that we do here. So very important. What Rodolfo mentioned, there is a technical participation committee where all of the directors participate. Here, the question will be how aware are the plant plant health issues? Decisions are made there in terms of budget, allocating resources, human resources. So, what will be your task of sharing that message with that one of those directors could, you know, come in and convince all of the other directors of the importance of ePhyto, because it's not the same when we said it than when a director says it. Like an example, if Xavier, Dr. Carlos Uria says it, it's not that we're liars, but it is not the same if the director, the people that actually need it, say it. So it will be important to share that awareness. That November meeting for me is very important, because decisions are going to be made. If we don't put that topic on the table, a year will pass by. Doesn't matter the good intention of Dr. Uria, then we're going to have to meet in one more year, and we have not advanced. So we would like to hear from you, and this is the best moment to analyze and identify the route that we're going to follow.
Gracias, Javier.
Thank you, Xavier. As a matter of fact, we talked about this before starting the event, and we hope that you do your presentation, either a written one or an electronic one of the proposal. But what Xavier was saying, the role of OIRSA within the government agencies, CIRSA, technical group, is of a secretariat. We call it the secretariat of that technical group. The voters are directors, deputy ministers, ministers of agriculture. Those are the decision makers. We guide, we point out, but they are the ones that carry out everything. So there are certain opportunities sometimes. An example, I don't know if Ana Lucia can confirm that. Ana Lucia Melo, if she can confirm, to have a quick and urgent meeting with the Minister of Agriculture of the Dominican Republic. If that was the case, we would like to bring just a small commission, not a large group, Rodrigo, hopefully Gianluca, but to bring a prepared proposal, not to visit him, to hug him and take a picture, is to bring a proposal. Why the Minister of Agriculture of the Dominican Republic? Because this year, he's a president of the CIRSA. He represents the 9 ministers at a CIRSA level, and if he is able to insert ePhyto as a agenda item in the next ministers meeting, then we take a step already to the other side of the yard. So if that happens, 9 ministers will ask the FAO, the Inter-American Development Bank, other cooperation entities, and that is something that needs to happen. We need a process done. We need to have a process. So let me tell you something. GIZ, the German agency, collaborates a lot, but their term is October. We're talking about 2 months. 2 months. But if we put together a conceptual note, a quick one, an urgent one, and the minister is able to put that on GIS's table, we are sure that many of your countries are going to receive support, because in many agencies there are administrative shutdowns, closings, then they use resources that they did not use for other projects. And the other one, if the idea is to call for banks, the World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, and one, especially one, the Central American Bank. If the Minister of Agriculture talks with the Minister of Finance, they take the initiative of the decision of the banks. When we talk about banks, those is the Secretary of Minister of Finance or Foreign Trade, and those are the ones that open that calling. So in conclusion, I believe that there are many things that we need to talk about, but as Xavier was saying, of course, the academic and training exercise is really good. But if we don't have a strategy developed, we're going to look weak. And we cannot be playing around in terms of how much resources we're going to have for next year. No, not at all. We need to present a project, at least at a medium term, that will guarantee an operation of at least 5 years. And why not to think in a 10-year period while this is happening? I was thinking, how much is it charged for an inspection or certificate fee per country? What is the fee for a certificate? Think about it, the other countries. Well, in Mexico, we have 2 fees. One is the official fee on behalf of the Mexican government for the issuance of each one of the certificates. That is around 637 pesos, $40 per certificate. Mexico yearly issues 200,000 certificates, so that is a very interesting income. But additionally, in the Mexican certification system, there are additionals for the verifications, and that is an extra cost for each one of the shipments. and that is between 500 to 2,000, depending on the merchandise product requirements. If you need to carry out a lab diagnosis, we have a laboratory network, so there is a cost in there. So the final cost per certificate, including that whole verification process, might be between 3,000 and 4,000 pesos per shipment. You're talking about $200 per shipment. Well, that's what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. We couldn't assign 16 cents of a dollar per certificate for this to go to the electronic certification project, and that automatically a fund will be made in there. I don't know. That is what we need to do to convince and propose. But if we already have a minimum fee, what is it that is happening in Colombia? What is it that is done? You charge one per exported carton of banana, and they have a guarantee project. So to each solution, to try and encourage that an amount, even if it is a minimum amount, but multiplied per the number of certificates in the region, by default, it becomes a regional fund. And every year, instead of doing all of these processes and proposals, et cetera, and everything else, automatically you'll say the fund for electronic certification for the region is of $1 million, or I don't know. That's the intention that we want to promote, besides the preparation of projects for to find international funds to have our own guarantee system of how to have financial resources and not to struggle every year. So, Ana Lucia, you are an expert in this as a representative. What do you think about this? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Carlos. I think it was an excellent presentation by our friend from Mexico, Rodolfo, where he talked about the mission of OIRSA, but mainly the vision of what is expected on the whole ePhyto topic, and mainly the big responsibility that the agency has through the Directorate of Plant Health of supporting this initiative. You know that a while ago this started and countries started having initiatives independently. And as you can see, we are not that efficient when we work as independent countries. However, from the moment that the initiative started to be seen as a regional issue, as our friends from the IPPC mentioned, that took a different path. It changed completely. I don't know if you've realized or if you've noticed what we've seen here on these 3 days. It is different. There is a regional focus or a regional scope. There is a team vision, and there's this idea of working everything as a region. There are some countries that have systems. There are countries that do not have advancements in technological tools, and I think it's excellent that from this workshop, at least a slide can come out of here with the specific actions, because when we leave this place, if we don't do this today or tomorrow, interest will just be dissolved. And another important point is the fact that CIRSA is in the Dominican Republic. CIRSA is formed by the 9 ministers of agriculture from the region of the OIRSA member countries, and based from in CIRSA, from CIRSA, we get the benefit of that be taken to CIRSA and that a country proposes it, and more something that is so important as this, that makes their life easier and is of benefit for everybody. It's difficult that we get a negative answer. So through the office, the we're able to visit the minister with 2 or 3 people. But as Carlo is pointing out, it will be a great idea to go and have a meeting with the minister, Minister Limber Cruz, and I know we will have his support as he has done it through the project of plant health, Hola, Manuel. There's a whole team empowered in the Dominican Republic in terms of ePhyto, but I would like Carlos to have something, as Rodolfo pointed out, and focus mainly on the recommendations of the people that talked before us, where there are specific topics on the needs of the countries. So we need to know how each of the countries are doing. This is kind of a fast, specific survey. What does every country need to move forward? So after that, we can determine the financial resources needed. Without financial resources, this wouldn't have been possible. You don't imagine the responsibility of Carlos or Irse, engineer Rodas, in order for this to happen and in order for the technical commission meeting to happen. So you need a lot of willingness, but you need a lot of financial resources in order for this to be possible. And if we bring a good proposal and we are and we work hard, we're going to be able to move forward. We we need to try to determine three basic things from each country to see what is it that is needed to advance in each country. And then we take those proposals to present them as initiatives and needs from the regional group of the member countries of OIRSA. And I am sure that with projects such as the projects that we have in the Dominican Republic, as Carlos said, we have a project of the Inter-American Development Bank just starting. We have the USDA and FAO support. The day before yesterday, we had a representative of USDAIFI for Connected Today. They are interested in seeing how can they get involved and collaborate and contribute. So the advantages are there. I don't know, Carlos, how our agenda is today. See if we can take a moment and talk about the specific needs of each one of the countries. And the Dominican Republic is committed with my team, Carlos, Rodolfo, to do everything that we can with Minister Limber Cruz for this to be proposed at a serious level. Thank you, Ana Lucia. And also that we're going to be talking with some responsible parties and some ministers that have a lot of influence, that they are excellent. But we can talk to Ricardo Suarriba, Minister Valderrama, the new minister of Belize. He puts a lot of enthusiasm in his work. Lara from Honduras, Costa Rica. He's a young person, very young, and is very willing to work in this type of technologies. I think everything has great advantages. So to conclude here, otherwise I'll stay here for 2 hours with a microphone. Just to finish, remember Rodolfo's proposal. It's not that we don't want it. We're pushing young people. We're encouraging young people to present and be part of this. Us, the more veteran ones, are leaving the space for younger people. So what I'm saying is that in the next technical work or ministers meeting, it will be one of you who will be making the presentation either in person or online. We're going to try and motivate in order for it to be in person. And you stand up in front of the plant health and quarantine directors to explain this and what is it that we want. And if it is necessary to have you meeting with one of the ministers, and we'll do it. We could have a plenary of the government agencies of CIRSA to encourage and promote this project. I honestly, with what I've seen in these days, I honestly don't see any problems. Neither getting financial resources, I don't see any issues on generating this. The problem is to coordinate and work together as a team. That is what we tell the ministries. Don't give us money. Give us the letter of support so we can go out and do what we have to do. That is what we need. And you're going to be responsible to do that, to actually do the process. Ramon, good morning, everyone. So we want to talk about And well, we want to recognize the accompaniment, the advisorship that we have from OIRSA Nicaragua.
Terminé, ¿verdad? En estos minutos
In
vamos a
this few minutes,
obviamente queremos
we're
lograr esto. Ya
we're
tenemos
talking about the roadmap
información
is
oficial
what we want. We have an
el año
official
pasado
communication from our
perteneciente al
minister.
ITF, ¿verdad?
We sent last
En
month
la utilización
the
de
representation of the
electro
IPPC for it
delgada,
to get
por eso
the
lo
okay.
mencionaba en mi presentación,
But as I was
estamos
mentioning in my
haciendo
presentation, we're
uso
pointing
del
towards
sistema nacional
using our
para
national
conectarnos.
system so we can connect
Eh,
with the hub.
referente
Now, in
al tema que
regards
usted abordó,
the topic that you were talking about,
el valor
based
de
on
esa
the
participación
value of a
actualmente
phytosanitary
está la
certificate
tasa
in our
de
law,
$13 por
we
ser
have a
certificado por el IPHET.
$13 fee per
Específicamente
phytosanitary
en
certificate
el nivel
besides the inspection
de
process
producto de
carried
origen,
out
¿verdad?
at
En
the
cada
level
uno
of product of
de
origin in
nuestros
each one of the
departamentos del Estado.
municipalities and departments of
Gracias.
Nicaragua. Thank you very
Esa
much.
es una opción buena. ¿Cuánto
So that
cuesta
is a good option.
en Panamá?
How much in Panama?
$15.
15
En El Salvador,
in El Salvador,
$6.40. Ese es un dato muy importante, miren,
$6
porque la
40 cents. That is
propuesta
very important to know because the
nos va a ayudar a
proposal
establecer
will help establish
un mínimo deseado.
a
No sé
minimum,
si nos está escuchando
a
Sara
desired
Brunel,
minimum. And I don't know if
pero,
Sarah
pero
Brunel is listening,
si nos ponemos de
but
acuerdo,
if we
OIRSA
agree
puede ser
each
una gran
other, or
soporte
IRSA could be a
para
great support
la
to
estructura
for
del
the
CPS
structure
con
of
recursos
the
económicos, con recursos de otro tipo.
IPPC
Y estoy
with
segurísimo que ese socio
financial
podemos
resources.
lograr
And
que
I'm
nos pueda
pretty sure
ayudar
that
a
with
armar
that
un
partnership,
fondeo
we are able
también
to
a una de las debilidades que tiene
to
nuestra
find
organización
funds is one
mundial,
of the
es la búsqueda de
weaknesses
recursos, búsqueda de gestiones,
of our
porque a
organization is
veces
finding
necesitamos ser socios.
resources. I believe
Afortunadamente,
we can be partners.
OIRSA es la única órgano del mundo
Fortunately,
que tiene su propio
OIRSA
presupuesto
is the
propio.
only in the world that has its own
No podemos
budget.
dar
I don't want to
el monto que
mention the amount
pero no
it
ocupamos
has, but
soporte
we don't
para
have
actuar.
need support to act.
Todos
Every
los
year
años
there
hay un
is a
fondeo,
fund
un fondeo regional
racing that is
altísimo,
pretty high,
pero
but
que ese
that
fondeo o ese
fundraising or that
fondo,
fund,
quienes
the ones
toman
that make the
decisiones son los
decisions
ministros.
are the
Y
ministers.
si
If a
uno
minister, if
se empieza,
CIRSA says an
vamos, por ejemplo,
example, we're
vamos
going
a
to
asignar
allocate $5
$5
million
millones de dólares
for
para
this
este proyecto,
project,
no
I
va a
don't
haber
see any
problema.
problems
El
on
problema es
it.
que lo digan. Entonces
The
hay que
problem is that they say it.
sensibilizarlos,
We need to
hay que
convince them.
trabajar con
We
ellos
need to
para poder
they
que
need to
tomen
be
ese
aware of
compromiso.
the reality. We need to work with them in order for them
Entonces,
to
esa es
make
una
that
forma
kind of
formal. Yo
decision.
creo
So
que
that
también
is a
podríamos
general
tomar
way of
algunas mesas específicas con
doing
algunos de
things. I
ustedes
believe that we can
para
take some
ampliar algunas
specific
estrategias,
topics with
porque
some
nunca
of
pueden
you
ustedes decir quiero ya para
to
hacer tal
expand some
cosa,
strategies because
si
who
no
can do
nos quedamos
conceptual
en la
notes
parte
in
OIRSA.
here? If we
¿Quién
don't have
tiene dinero
anybody,
para
we'll need to
gestión? No
find
cualquiera sabe gestionar nada.
experts outside in other
¿Quién tiene
countries
capacidades, etcétera, etcétera,
who
para
knows how to
poder meterse
manage,
entre los
etc. So we can
profesionales?
include them
Gracias.
or you
Tenemos unos
in the
comentarios,
whole
no sé
process.
si
So we
Simón
have new
Padilla
comments. I don't know if
quiere hacer
Simon
uso de la palabra.
Padilla
Adelante,
wanted
Simón,
to say
con
something. Go
confianza.
ahead, Simon.
Sí, bueno, rápidamente, como lo indiqué en el chat
So,
de
very
Zoom,
quickly, as I said in the
nos
Zoom chat,
considero que
I
sería muy
believe
interesante lo que
that
puede
is a
hacer
very
OIRSA
interesting
y
initiative, what
poder
the
llegar
OIRSA wants to do,
a un grupo de ministros de
and to be
agricultura
able to
de los países
reach
miembros.
ministers of
Mi
agriculture
pregunta era
from
clara,
member
yo tengo entendido que
countries.
la OIRSA
My
no da temas de
question
sanidad
goes
vegetal, pero al
along
mismo
this
tiempo sanidad
line.
animal
OIRSA
y temas
deals with
sanitarios. Entonces, es un organismo que abarca
plants,
todo el tema
animal,
MSF.
and
Y a mí me parece que
health,
todos
and
estos
then
esfuerzos
food
deberían
as
estar
well. So I believe all of these
hacia
efforts
eso, hacia la
should be
certificación
aimed
electrónica,
towards the electronic
MSF en general, incluida
certification,
la salud del
MSF in
animal, incluida la
general,
certificación
including
veterinaria, incluida la
animal
certificación
products, veterinarian
sobre cuidado en alimentos.
certification, also
Obviamente,
food
partiendo de que la ePhyto
um,
es la más
safety,
avanzada,
but
verdaderamente
obviously
desarrollamos
seeing
sistemas,
that the
existe el
ePhyto
pedido
solution is
existe
the
el símbolo
most
en los países,
advanced
solo
one,
tienen
and that is
tiempo de
a
integrarse en ese
one
sistema
that
aquellos países
works and
que
that
no lo han hecho
countries
todavía.
should be
Pero
part of
verdaderamente
this. The ones
para
that are
mejorar la
not part of
coordinación,
it,
para crear sinergias entre las
but to improve
diferentes
coordination and
acciones,
generate
sería bueno
synergies between the
que
different
todos estos
actions,
esfuerzos,
it would
incluidos
be a
el
great
trabajo
idea that all
que
of
me
these
refiero
efforts, including
de
the
OIRSA,
work
se
group
enfoquen en la
that
certificación
OIRSA wants
electrónica,
to do,
MSF en
focus
general.
on MSF and
Gracias.
electronic
Sí,
certificate
pues
in
está bien,
general.
no, de acuerdo. Creo que sin
I
duda esa
agree
cobertura.
completely. Yeah, I believe that that is a very
La
important
salud animal.
coverage.
Ayer hablé
Now,
con mi colega
animal
de
health.
salud animal,
Yesterday, I was talking with my
Abelardo de
colleague
Gracia,
Abelardo de
me decía
Gracia
que
from
tiene
Animal Health. That,
bastante
as a matter
recursos
of fact, he has
económicos.
a
Yo no creo
lot
que
of
lo tengan tan fácil
financial
por producto del
resources, not
PPA y
because
del
he has
IFC.
it, but due to
Crearon una bolsa muy
the
importante de
influence and the
mujeres
PPA.
agronomistas
They
que tenemos
generated an
para
important
entrar a ese
resources, and
proyecto.
sometimes they take advantage of those
Tenemos el tema de inocuidad de los
situations.
alimentos.
We also
También
have
tenemos el tema de
food safety in some countries, and Guatemala, OIRSA operates with the inspection and everything that generates some interesting resources. I think we're going to continue working, Simon, in this issue, and I would like to have to work with international agencies and even led with the IPPCs to synchronize the proposals, actions, and everything else, and to become a strategic allies. Yes, we are on time. I believe that this analysis is pretty productive. Ruben, you want to mention something?
Permítame.
No, sí, está bien aquí. Muy breve porque
Yeah, I'm
son
going to
muchos
be
los campos
very
de decisión.
brief.
Primero, quisiera
You're talking about
puntualizar
a
es
lot of
que,
interesting stuff.
de acuerdo
First, I
con
want
la
to highlight
presentación de
that
República
with the
Dominicana, lo primero que hay que
presentation
establecer
of
son los
Dominican Republic, I
requisitos.
completely agree. First
Y
of all, we need to
entendiendo que el
establish the
nivel de
needs and
la
understanding
región
that at a
tenemos
regional level, we
varios
have
grados de
several
desarrollo o de avance
levels
respecto
of
a la certificación
development, of
fitosanitaria y
advancements in
agroalimenticia.
terms of
Es
the ePhyto
necesario
certification. So
identificar
it is
cuál debe ser esa
important to
priorización
identify and do
y
that
asimismo
division
colocar
and
cuáles son las
to
necesidades para el momento.
place or
También,
decide
también
or
abordaría
realize what
que
are the needs for each level, for each
teniendo en
area.
cuenta
Also, I would
las
say that keeping in
diferentes
mind the different
modalidades que se puede
modalities in
acceder
which we can
a ePhyto,
access ePhyto,
qué necesitan
what
los que van a usar o los que
do
estamos
the
usando el
one
ENGENS, ¿verdad?
what is needed
Para conectarse, sobre todo aquellos
for
que
the
se
ones that are
conectan,
using the gens to get
pero también
online, to
contemplar
connect, specifically those that
aquellos,
haven't connect,
como en
but
el
also
caso
to keep in mind
nuestro,
that those
estamos
ones,
usando
like in
el
our
ENGENS
case, are
y
using the generic
posteriormente
system,
vamos a dar el
but
paso
that
a
sometime in the
utilizar
future, we're going to
a
take
un
this step and
ePhyto.
use
Esas son las
our own
necesidades
system. So
precisamente.
those are very specific
Lo
needs.
otro en cuanto a los recursos. Los recursos
Something else
son
is about resources.
un tema
Resources,
apasionante en
that
todo lo
is
que se
always
desarrolla en
something,
estos proyectos,
an interesting and
pero
passionate
quisiera hacer
topic
la
for all of
salvedad
these projects.
que en
But
el
I
tema
want
de los
to
recursos
clarify that in
o de los
terms of the
ingresos que
resources
perciben
or the
por
income
la emisión de
received
certificados
due
fitosanitarios
to
y otros
the issuance of
servicios conexos,
phytosanitary certificates
para
and
el
other
caso de algunos de
relevant
nuestros
services.
países,
For the
eso está
case of some of
sujeto
our countries,
a
that is
Contraloría
subject
General de
to
la
the general
República
controller of the
y
republic.
sacar fondos de
And
allí.
to get funds
Creo
from
que
there, I
tendríamos que
believe
analizar eso
we
muy a
would
fondo
have
porque
to
eso
analyze
no es tan
that
fácil
in
y nos
detail. That
gustaría
is
que se
not
hiciera de
that
otra manera.
simple. We would like
Mi
things to be
interlocutora nos
different. When
hablaba
Dr. Ria was talking about the percentages,
automáticamente hizo el uso
I
de mi
automatically
calculadora y
used my calculator,
me preguntaba
took
si
out my
hubiese
calculator, and I was
alguna
asking
opción
myself
destinar
if it wouldn't be an
algún
option to
porcentaje, por
allocate a
muy
percentage. It
pequeño que
doesn't matter
sea,
how,
del 5
if
o
it
del
is
10%
small,
de los
5,
ingresos
10% of the
por
income
549
per
de la región.
quarantine treatment
Entonces,
of the region.
hay
So
todo un
there is
potencial
a
allí.
lot of
Yo sé
potential in
que
there.
en el caso de nuestro país,
In the case of our countries,
participamos
we are
con
one of
ese fondo,
the
también conocemos
biggest
cómo se
contributors.
distribuye ese fondo luego de
How is that
los
fund
ingresos
distributed
que
after you
salen
get
los
the
costos,
cost?
pero creo que la oportunidad que tenemos
But I believe that the
es
opportunity that we have is a big
vale muy
one,
bien
is
por eso
worth the effort,
hacer uso de explorar esa probabilidad,
exploring that
porque los problemas
probability.
con los proyectos
Because the thing with
con
the
las
projects
organizaciones
and with the
internacionales de financiamiento
international
siempre
funding organization,
pierden.
financing
Entonces,
organization takes time.
de pronto por la parte
So
de OIRSA
perhaps
pudiéramos entonces
from the part of
hacer
OIRSA,
mejor
we
uso de
could
ellos
have
para
those
que
resources in
nos den
a
una idea.
more expedite manner.
Efectivamente, Rubén.
Yes, yes, Ruben. I believe that
Fondos
well,
europeos.
the shortest
La fase intermedia, ¿cuál es?
route
La primera
is
pregunta es muy sencilla.
OIRSA funds. The
La fase intermedia,
intermediate
¿cuál es? La
one,
búsqueda de
international
becas
fund. The
y
third
apoyar.
phase will be
Esas son las
finding
tres fases.
a fee to be
¿Cómo es que
included
vamos a hacer
for
de
this
un proyecto
for
a un
this
programa?
issue. So the idea is to go from a project
No,
to a
no, no
program,
estar peleándonos
not to fight each
por
other
año,
every
sino
year on what
establecer
is
un
it that
programa
will
en el cual
happen.
tenga un
The
propio
idea is to
sistema de
establish a program
retroalimentación
in
financiera
order
y
to have its
retroalimentación
own
técnica.
technical and
Ese es el sueño.
financial
Ahora,
feedback.
de que está
That is
difícil,
the dream.
está difícil.
It is difficult. I completely agree. But if that is the dream, we need to do all of the necessary work to achieve that. And we need to, well, we'll just wait for other people to say no, but we're gonna move forward because the technical part, the essential, fundamental part is very important. I don't know if Nancy can help us. Xavier, we talked to him, but if we develop a matrix with the diagnosis of each country set by each and every one of you, not to have any interpretation or misinterpretation. Let's go ahead and do a matrix to see what is our condition, what is it that we need at a short and medium term. We'll do it per country. So for the next presentation, we'll get there and say, hey, the diagnosis of the region is this one. Panama is this on this stage. El Salvador is on this stage. These countries are on this stage. So we need to do this and that. So I don't think it will take a lot of time. But if we have a structure of a matrix, it will allow us to have that data. So we will have the first slide. What is the current situation of electronic certification in the region? The second one, what are the short-term needs that we have? One, two, three, four, five. Then third slide, the classic one that they're going to ask us. If you want to put together a project, a program, how much are you talking about? If we don't have these specific data, we need to raise our hands. And while you give me time to do the adjustments, and but those three slides will help us a lot. We'll add what Rodolfo talks about if we have an opportunity in the afternoon. I don't know when you are leaving or when you are coming back to Rome. I don't know when Rodrigo is coming back or going back, but your leadership is very important. Being there in person, explaining the global situation, what is it that we're doing, what are our problems. I will tell you one of the classic mistakes that we make when we talk to ministers. We want to presume about the beautiful, about the good things, and that we have this mega project. That is really good. I haven't said that that is a mistake. It's let's talk about our defects and our problems and what we need to resolve them. Like, hey, we don't have financial resources. We cannot be operating that way. This is the interpreter. I cannot hear what she's saying. Not using the microphone. I believe if we are able to prepare these three slides today, we will be um, ready to take this to the next level, mainly because, as Carlos is saying, it will have it will include the needs, how much it costs, and where do you think we need to get those resources from, simply. So that's it. And also this region is very natural. This region for many call us poor, but it's poverty. There's a relation between poverty and financial resources, but that is not true. We are rich in spirit, in collective work, and we are eager to work. And for the bank, for the World Bank, an example, they categorize us. We're not going to fight them. We're going to take advantage of the circumstances. And many of our countries are in a too high category to be part. Let's take advantage of that. When a convening or calling is signed by Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, believe me, they are ahead in the proposal. If we reinforce it with the support of Mexico, Panama, that are the ones that are in a different side of the paper, we'll fulfill the bag and we're going to be able to get a lot of proposals from financial rate of raising funds. The problem is that the ministers, deputy ministers, officers need to be aware of the project, of the importance of the project and everything else. So what problems are we having Severo right now? In a meeting with presidents of the republic, they asked the European Union for economic resources to develop a certification platform. because those were the presidents of the republic. They received their commerce, everything else. That independently of that fund, that resource, that project, our flagship project, our bet will be ePhyto of the IPPC. And also, that resource, that project could become part and work together with the ePhyto. I'm saying the president, not even the minister. Hey, I have a commitment with the European Union of presenting results. So those are the things that happen that sometimes we're not aware, but we want to retake this project. Plant Health will analyze this and we will establish different processes. We're gonna work a lot with representatives such as Ana Lucia because they have the direct line of communication with their ministers. There are a couple of comments, Doctor.
Sí, mi comentario más, una recomendación.
I have a
A
recommendation
partir de la exposición que hizo
based on the presentation made by
también Rodolfo,
Simon and also
una,
Rodolfo.
una
There
consulta.
is a question that comes to mind.
Bueno, en la presentación de Simón, él
In
mencionaba que
Simon's
ellos encontraron
presentation, he was saying that the
sector animal
animal
y
health
también
certification
mencionó
is
lo del CIT.
being worked on, and he also mentioned something about
Exactamente, de la
CITES,
Convención Internacional,
exactly the
sí.
international
Ahora,
convention. Yes.
esa, en
Now,
la parte vegetal, ustedes saben
on
que también
the
la parte de flora
plant
está estrechamente
and flora,
relacionada
that is
con el comercio.
closely related with international
En la
commerce.
certificación
Now, in the
fitosanitaria,
phytosanitary certification,
nosotros
ePhyto,
podemos, pues,
we can
intercambiar certificados
exchange
electrónicos con otros
certificates
países
with
en la
other
parte
countries
fitosanitaria,
in the
pero muchas veces va
phytosanitary
ligado
area, but
también el
sometimes that is
CITES
linked.
en el tema de,
The
por
link
ejemplo,
is
maderas, el tema
is
de
there,
orquídeas, etcétera, etcétera.
wood,
Puede ser
orchids,
que un
etc.
país destino no tenga
So
problemas por la parte
could
fitosanitaria,
it
pero
happen that
debería tener problemas en la
a
parte de
country in the
flora. ¿Por qué?
phytosanitary
Porque
area, the
como
country does not have
certificación está
problems, but
muy
it needs to
relacionado y
be
debería
closely linked and
trabajar.
related
Y la
and
sugerencia es
should be
que,
worked
bueno, el
in
OIRSA
parallel. The
ha
suggestion is
trabajado
that
en los temas
OIRSA has always
de salud
worked
animal, vegetal,
on
y centros
animal,
cuarentenarios,
plant,
la parte de los
safety and
CITES
quarantine
no va a
services. The
incorporar,
part
no es
of
que
CITES
se
is not incorporated
pretenda
there.
que se incorpore
Is not
de forma
to
inmediata, pero
believe that that
por lo
will be
menos en el
incorporated
tema
immediately, but
de
at least in
certificación
terms of the
electrónica
electronic
vendría muy bien
certification,
incluirlo para que
we should
vaya a la par
include it
la
in order for
certificación
the
ePhyto
certification
con el
ePhyto
CITES.
with the CITES
Sugiero
to
de que
be
debería de
happening in
debido
parallel. What
a
I
los temas
suggest is that it
de la parte
should
de
be
salud
done the
animal
same
también
thing
lo pida,
with
¿verdad?
animal
Porque
health,
tienen que
that
ver
they'll
con
request
temas de
it for the
CITES.
species that have to do
Sí,
with
no,
CITES.
no le veo problema.
I don't see
No
a
le veo
problem
problema.
with that.
Si bien es cierto, en algunos casos no
It
estamos
is true
teniendo
in
algunas
some
reservas,
cases
es
as it
necesario
is
prever
not
ese
within
recurso.
one of the areas, but it is
Y
included
entonces,
within the areas of
al
services.
solicitar un
So when
servicio,
you
ahí
request
se
a
coloca lo que se
service,
está
that's
pidiendo.
where
Sí,
you
son estrategias diferentes. Por
perfectly add
ejemplo, no sé si está
there.
alguien de
But those are
Ecuador
different
o está
strategies. I don't know if we have
alguien
anybody from Ecuador. When you
llegando de
talk
la
about
India.
the India, the problem in
Hay
India,
países que han
there are
logrado
countries
negociar
that
y
have
han
been able
logrado
to negotiate,
acordar
that
y
have been
llamar
able
requisitos
to
con estas estrategias.
agree on
Pero
some
vamos relacionado
strategies, but
también al
it is
intercambio.
pretty related
¿Cuánto
to
tenía
the
yo en India? ¿Cuánto tengo
exchange.
en India?
How much am I sending to
Y
India?
ese
But
es el
what are you
intercambio. Por eso
sending
vamos poniendo
to me as
papeles
well? So
sobre el
let's
asunto y
put that
ver
on the
cómo
table
vamos a
and,
ir conversando.
see
Cualquier cosa debajo de la
how do
mesa
we
no se
reach
puede
that. But
estar
those are things that are under the table.
Vamos con Hernán Cetina del
All
Baja
right,
Belice.
let's go with Hernan Cetina from Baja Belize.
Yes.
Thank you,
So
Severo. I'll speak in
the
English.
government of Belize has embarked on a digitization strategy for the country. And our Ministry of Agriculture, the minister, is very keen on working with digitization. In fact, we are working right now with the ministry to come up with a strategy for Baja. We are in the process of negotiating a partial trade agreement with Salvador. We have one with Guatemala, and sometimes the issue of the exchange of fighters is an issue that causes some delay in trade. So whatever we can do right now, it's a great opportunity to advance the topic of ePhyto. It fits into the whole program of digitization for the country. And so I think that our minister is convinced that digitization, which electronic phytosanitary certificate forms a part of, he would gladly advance this topic. So OIRSA can count on Belize, and I can take the liberty of saying that our minister would gladly support any initiative to advance ePhyto.
Fíjate, Hernán, es algo interesante el comentario que hace, pero lo voy a relacionar a esto. Hay dos
So a
formatos.
very interesting comment. There are two formats on how a topic gets to the highest levels. One, ministers put pressure on us as an operational structure because that is a decision made by ministers. Do this. And the other one is that we encourage and we raise awareness with ministers. If one minister is a leader, two ministers are leaders, if Belize and El Salvador agree and start working together and they tell us that's practically an order. They talk to the executive director of OIRSA and the ministers will say what to do. So we'll get on the ship in a more peaceful way. So those are relationships that we need to take advantage of. Remember that there is a process of customs union between Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Those are the moments to say, hey, we have this ePhyto project. We want to be part of this. So there are many things that we need to take advantage of depending on the circumstances that we have in each country. Because I insist, there are different focus. I've loved the presentations. I've loved the event, everything. I was telling Rodrigo, I'm just concerned. What strategy are we going to follow to guarantee this? I'm talking about strategy. I'm not talking about content or themes or anything else. What will be our strategy? Well, that is something that we are concerned about. We need leadership, we need positions, comments. So when you go back, what are you going to add there? We all have to do our report, the mission return. What will be one of the points or items? Find a format of achieving this to be elevated. Because if I go to Mexico, Dr. Leiva will be pretty involved. Francisco Ramiro Ramirez will be pretty involved in order for all of these topics get to the CIRSA and they come back already processed and ready. If I go to Costa Rica with Nelson Morera, that's where things start moving. If I go to Panama, with Pablo Rodriguez. In the case of Nicaragua, Alejandro or Samariba himself. And that's how we do it. In the case of Belize, generally, our colleague Francisco Gutierrez comes in and that has a lot of expertise in this kind of topics. And in the case of Honduras, Carlos have been working really hard. Carlos Pacheco, that's the support that we need. That internal level of it. So Xavier, I don't know how we're going to do this, to formulate, to put together the conceptual notes as fast as possible to raise funds internationally. I believe that is a starting point, and also putting together the technical group. In this case, the regional technical group where the delegates of the countries are going to participate. In previous experiences, what we have done for conceptual notes is that we call the technical group, and it's the technical group who puts together the proposal. That is not the desire of the OIRSA, but we only serve as a platform to express the interests of the country. So if you agree, at a short term, the calling for the technical group, then we can put together a roadmap for the regional proposal. All right, go ahead, Hernan Cetina.
While it's true that plant health is responsible for issuing phytosanitary certificates, it's the quarantine department that verifies importation. So to me, it's very important that we involve both quarantine and plant health in order to make decisions. So for example, for Belize, plant health issues the phyto for export, but it's a quarantine department that verifies everything that is being imported. So they would also play an important role in whatever decisions.
Bueno, yo diría que para nosotros, dado que la participación
I would say that for us, given that the participation of the focal point of Belize, from now on, the invitation will go directly to you. You will be dealing with both topics, quarantine and import,
No necesariamente.
not necessarily. What happens is that I'm here
Que Francisco
because
Marcellea sí se
Francisco
retiró.
was not able to attend, but you're right. But that is an internal decision. I believe that from now on, we'll get in touch with you, and if you don't have the authorization to continue, then perhaps it will be a thing of you talking to your director, and if there is another person, then nothing happens. The intention is to just move forward with what we need to do. So I've loved this analysis and debate, but we might be running out of time. So we're gonna go to the second phase of this days, that is the current situation and future vision of ePhyto in the exporting sector. So we're gonna ask Engineer Robles to share with us the background and to also introduce the three delegates from the private sector that have prepared presentations of great interest for this event. Go ahead, Engineer Robles. Well, with the discussion that just happened, I think my adrenaline is through the roof because there's a lot of strength, mainly in the OIRSA countries. Let's remember that we just went through a pandemic that affected the whole world. And if we focus on what is most important, that is food for our population, to think that these technologies favor or benefit all of the countries in terms of countries having food. So the future of this technology probably has to do with improving this focus that is exchanging food around the world. I believe that barriers have been taken down, that it has been demonstrated that in one way or another, one of the advantages of OIRSA is the cohesion, the closeness that you have among yourselves between brothers and sister countries, where there's friendship in the middle, and this taking down, destroying barriers. And I am a veterinarian, and in the past year, I feel more agronomist engineer than ever, because I believe that the future of the world is to take down the barriers of talking about sections. In here, we're all people that we need to improve our quality of life. And that is how this section of the private sector that also is kind of interesting for me of dividing between the public and private sector, when at the end of the day, we're friends, we're partners, that we need to work together. Therefore, their experience in relation to this project is fundamental, and the coordination with official channels is fundamental. And this section aims to listen to their experience in this project, besides all of the synergy that could mean to work together for the achievements that we are presenting here, for the goals that we are presenting here. So the first presentation will be Greg Fechuk. Craig Fetchuk. He's one of the pillars of ePhyto. He has been around the world pushing this to become a reality, promoting this for this to become a reality. So his words, his remarks, his ideas are of extreme usefulness. So let's see what he thinks and listen to his vision of this exporter friend. So I have no more words. If Craig, if you're there and ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm here. Can everyone hear me okay?
Sí, very good.
Okay,
We can hear you.
very good. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's always an honor to speak to a group of people who are really interested in electronic certification, and it's kind of funny because that's the world I've been living in with ePhyto since about roughly 2014, 2015, when we really started moving along with getting the ePhyto solution put together at the IPPC. And then recently, I've transitioned or left the IPPC at the beginning of July, and now I'm working for the International Grain Trade Coalition, which is an organization made up of various grain organizations around the world, and the topic has not changed, but the terminology has changed just a little bit. And in the industrial world, and I'm also on the ePhyto industry advisory group now, they're referencing eDocs. So the first presentation I made to the industry group, I was talking about e-certification, and they were like, but there are more things than just certificates that we're worried about. We're worried about other documents, other systems, things like that. And so from the perspective of industry, what I've learned is, in one case, an example was given to me where there was a stack of papers that was required for a grain transaction specifically that was almost 2 feet high of paper. And so there are a lot of issues that industry is trying to grasp and cope with in terms of not only e-certification, but documentation in general. So there are a lot of blockchain companies. One of the more famous ones for grains is Covantis. There's another one, Global Share. There are numbers of large organizations that have formed blockchains to facilitate the exchange not only of certificates, but other types of documentation. There's another company called WaveBL that the UNICC and IPPC, before I left, we were working with, and they're on the verge of connecting their system to the ePhyto hub, which will facilitate e-bills of lading. So from the industry perspective, ePhyto is a really fundamental start to a process that's going to broaden beyond e-certification to e-documentation. Now, when industry talks about e-documentation, they realize that they have to cooperate and collaborate with the NPPOs, the veterinary organizations, all the SPS organizations, and all the other customs organizations. So in many respects, they've got an ear to the ground to listen to what the different organizations around the world, the IPPC is saying, what the World Organization for Animal Health is doing, etc. But they also want to make sure that documentation in general, papers that are required for any number of things, are also digitized. The most recent meeting I had, which took place last week with what they call the eDocs group of the International Grain Trade Coalition, really focused on issues related to banking. And one of the key sectors that they feel is missing and really needs to be advocated with for e-documentation is the banking sector. The UK should have, if not very soon, passed a law that is allowing their banking systems to accept digital certificates. And I know that Singapore also has a law which will help with some of the shipping issues related to trade. But beyond that, I think the real key now from an industry perspective, and please give me a break, I've only been working with the industry for about a month. The real perspective now is I think they're going to start emphasizing a little bit more lobbying with banks and banking organizations to get the banks to engage to facilitate trade from a banking perspective. So there are a couple of points, I guess, that are really important for you to remember that, phytosanitary certificates, absolutely critical to trade in plants and plant products. And that's true. But a big point is banking is still missing. And from an industry perspective, the banking sector really needs to get a little push, get a little nudge. And the opinion of a lot of the bigger companies that I've spoken with is that if one big bank makes the first step, others will follow. They might not follow quickly, but they probably will follow. Now that's one perspective that's going on from the industry, and that's really critical. The second thing I wanted just for you to be aware of, and it's more specific to certificates in this case, but I think the applicability will also be available for industry as well in documentation in general, is that the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, which has worked with the IPPC very closely to implement ePhyto in a number of countries around the world, countries as diverse as Morocco and Thailand and Madagascar, they want to try and apply artificial intelligence to develop something where they can use an artificial intelligence system to sort of build an AI hub, if you will, similar to the ePhyto hub that's already in existence to facilitate the trade of veterinary certificates. Now, considering that this is something in the area of SPS and the area of certificates, which would I think would probably be more included in government to government type activities, I think that industry will probably start picking up on some of the artificial intelligence capabilities to do some of these types of things as well. I don't think it's been a topic of big discussion yet, but given the fact that we're finding a lot of different uses for artificial intelligence and it's still being explored, it's a little more mainstream than it has been in the past. I think we're going to see that artificial intelligence may be playing a much bigger role in the digital exchange, not only of certificates, but different types of certificates, of course, but also in different types of documents. So my takeaway for all of you today is just remember in the NPPO world, in the SPS world, we're always talking about certificates, but industry also looks at documents as a whole, a bigger picture than what we're dealing with in the government to government exchanges and things of that nature. And I think they're open to trying new things, but surprisingly, they still need to be pushed a little bit too. You would think that industry can move a little bit faster and things of that nature than governments can. But I think on the whole, there's always a little bit of reticence, a little bit of hesitation for industry to really take that bold jump. And that's why in the terms of the banking discussion that they were talking about, they were hopeful that they could get one bank, one large bank, to adopt a way to accept digital certificates, and then others will follow. And I guess it sort of relates to farming in general. Things like farming, I know in the US a lot of times if somebody has a product that's been really successful on the market, all the other farmers seem to say, well gosh, he's growing plums and he's making money, so let's grow plums. And then pretty soon all the farmers in the neighborhood will grow plums. And I think it's still that kind of an attitude in industry as much as in government. Sometimes they move faster, sometimes they move slower, but all in all, there still needs to be that first big step that takes place. So from an industry perspective, and I'd be more than happy to come back and talk to you again once I'm a little bit more ingrained in the situation of how industry works, et cetera, et cetera. I think, you can look at it in the big picture, not just certificates, but also other documents. But there is an intention and a strong need for the collaboration and the discussion to work together to both move forward together and really bring things together in a sound and profound way. So at this point, I'm going to stop. And if you have any questions, be happy to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Craig. ¿Tenemos alguna consulta, comentario?
Do we have any questions or comments? If you want to, we can move forward with the 3 presentations from the private sector, and then we can do a plenary together.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Craig, you can wait for 30 minutes and finish the presentation from Panama and Chile. Okay. Vamos a continuar entonces con la presentación.
We will continue then with the presentation of Daisy Ruiz, the Executive Director of Special Coffee from Panama. Dear Daisy, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Gusto tenerla, al menos en este formato virtual y de conocerla. Un gusto.
Como no, mucho gusto y muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Gracias por la
Online
invitación.
version. Thank you for the
Muy
opportunity.
interesante todo lo
Thank you for the
que están
opportunity. Thank you
exponiendo
for the
ustedes.
need. Everything
Como
you are
decía,
discussing is
definitivamente
extremely
son
interesting.
pasos importantes
Definitely,
hacia
these are
el
important
mejoramiento
steps
de todos estos procesos.
towards improving all these
Yo represento a la
processes.
Asociación de
I
Cafeterizaciones
represent
de Panamá.
the specialty
Somos una
coffee
organización
industry of Panama. We are an
hemos venido haciendo
organization
en 24
operating
ciudades.
since
Contamos con
1994.
93
We
asociados.
have 93
Contamos con
associated parties.
más
We
de
have
1.200 fincas
more
productoras,
than
un aproximado
125
de
producing
7.500
farms at
hectáreas
approximately
sembradas.
7,500
Producimos
hectares,
alrededor de 120.000 quintales de café.
and we
En su
produce around
mayoría café especial.
120,000
Este
quintals of
café
coffee,
producido, nosotros
most of
exportamos el
them specialty
90%.
coffees, and we
Representa
export
una parte muy, muy
uh,
importante pues, en la
a
economía
90%.
local y
And this is very
regional.
important for the
Entonces,
regular
el apoyo que nosotros le damos a
local
nuestros
and national
productores
economy. And the
es
support we provide to our
básicamente la
producers is basically
educación a través de capacitaciones,
education
entrenamiento
through
y
trainings
la comercialización,
and the
promoción de nuestros
trade
cafés
or commercialization,
a nivel
promoting
de ferias
their
internacionales,
coffees on international
diferentes
fairs
actividades
and
estelares como el
our
Beso Panamá, que es el
star
evento más
activities,
importante de nuestra
El Beso Panama,
asociación,
which is the most
y la
important event
promoción
of
a
our
través de nuestra
association, and
marca Panama
also
Geisha.
promotion through
Como
our
todos
brand,
ustedes saben, pues
Panama
nosotros
Gation.
a través de
As
los
you all
años
know,
hemos
in
crecido en cuanto a
the best
el precio
of
del café
time, we've
internacional
grown.
y casualmente en estos
International
momentos se está
coffee
llevando a
prices have
cabo la
raised,
subasta
and right
electrónica
now
que
we
nosotros
are
llevamos a cabo al
also
mediodía
carrying
y estamos
out
muy emocionados porque pues hemos
online
nuevamente
auctions, and we
batido
are thrilled
récords
because we
en los
have
precios del
set a
café.
record in the prices of coffee.
Para ampliarles un poquito más acerca de
To
ePhyto, nuestra experiencia,
talk a little bit more about the
agradecemos al
ePhyto,
ingeniero
our
Serracín pues por la
experience.
oportunidad
Thanks,
que nos da.
Engineer Serracin, for the
Queremos hacer
opportunity
mención de que
he
desde
gave us. And we
2020
want to
hemos
say that
venido
since
trabajando
2021, we have been working
de la mano del ingeniero
together
Serracín
with
a través del
Engineer
Ministerio de Agricultura
Serracin through the Ministry of
y hemos
Agricultural
tenido una experiencia muy
Developments, and
placentera.
we've had a
Obtuvimos
very positive
inicialmente algunas
experience.
capacitaciones,
We initially
para los
undertook some
asociados,
trainings in our
donde pues se
facilities
nos
for
explicó
our partners
ampliamente
where
el
we
uso
were
del
thoroughly
café
explained
internacional
the use of
y hemos
ePhyto,
implementado ya con la mayoría de nuestros socios inscritos en el
and
programa
we have implemented with
la
most of our
plataforma
partners in the
que ha sido realmente muy
platform,
útil.
and this has
Nosotros hemos
been
recibido
extremely
retroalimentación
useful.
de nuestros
We've
clientes
received feedback
internacionales.
from our international
Ellos
clients. They
generalmente en el
generally
proceso
in the
elaboración
process,
y elaboración de
in
la
the export
documentación para
process
proyectos,
and drafting the
nosotros
relevant documentation,
intercambiamos las opiniones con
we
ellos
exchange
y realmente ha sido muy
comments and
beneficioso
thoughts with them,
el
and
hecho
this
de
has been
poder
really
emitir
beneficial because the
documentos
fact that we can
virtuales
issue
y
a
básicamente que
virtual
ellos puedan
document and we
subirlo
can send
inmediatamente
them
y que ellos lo
basically
aprueben,
immediately,
ha
and for them
beneficiado
to approve it
muchísimo
has
el
really
tema de las
streamlined
importaciones.
the our
Nos ha ahorrado
exports.
el
We've
enviarlos a las
saved
oficinas de
in
envío,
travels to the offices of the
les hemos
ministry,
ahorrado no solamente
many
dinero, sino
different
tiempo
areas, not
y hemos
only
vendido
in
muchos más
money,
documentos.
but
Entonces,
we've saved
realmente una
time,
experiencia de
which is
nuestro
very
productor
valuable right now.
muy, muy buena.
Our experience has been
Y ha sido de
extremely
verdad
positive,
muy, muy
and the
importante en
minister
cuanto
Mida
al apoyo que nos han
has been
ofrecido
an
en la
important
capacitación y en el
support and
entrenamiento.
pillar, both
Al
in
inicio,
training and educating us
cuando
on the
comenzamos a
system.
utilizarlo,
At
pues
the beginning, when we started
era
using the
muy
system,
útil
we
por
had an open
telefónica,
channel
por chat,
through
y
our
siempre cualquier
telephones,
duda, cualquier pregunta,
chats,
pues ellos
and
estaban
any
ahí
doubts or
a
questions we
respondernos. Y
may
eso
come up with,
ayudó
they
mucho
would
a
answer it
que los
right away.
productores
And that really
se
helps
animaran
most of the
a
producers
migrar pues a este tema
to come on board and be willing to
de
migrate to
recibir
this
todo
system. Nothing
electrónico.
manual, nothing on paper,
Es
everything
un reto
electronic.
que continuamos
So it is a challenge we
a
continue
este
because
respecto. Hay
there
que
are things
ampliar
to
el
improve.
número de países
Yes, we
que
need
estamos
to
ya pues conectados,
increase the number of
especialmente Asia,
countries
que es
we are
una de nuestras
connected to,
principales
especially
regiones.
Asia, one of our
Entonces es
main
bien
clients.
importante que pues
So
todo
it
este
is very
proceso
important
de conectividad
because the
de esta
connectivity
información y de
process
información
and this
virtual
information flow,
pueda seguir
virtual
creciendo
information flow, to continue growing and improving.
nosotros como asociación
Because in fact, we as
manejamos
an
bastante
association,
productos
we
de
handle
fitosanitario, creo que
a large
alrededor del
number of
47%
phytosanitary products, around
de los envíos emitidos
47% of
de
the
Chiriquí son de
ePhyto
café.
issued
Entonces
in
es
our
una
community
razón
are belong
importante
to the
para
coffee
poder
sector.
seguir
So it is
avanzando
really
en
important
este proceso
to make
que
progress in
mis
this
resultados hasta ahora han
process.
sido muy
That from
interesantes.
what I've heard in
Realmente
this
si
during the
formamos
this
parte
morning,
a nivel
it's
privado
really
podemos
interesting. And on our
colaborar
side,
de
on the
alguna manera,
from the private
con
sector,
mucho
we
gusto
can,
estamos
if we can
anuentes
support in
a
any way, we
hacerlo.
are more than willing
Eh,
to support
no
you.
sé si
in the implementation. I don't know
incluyen a la parte
if during the
privada y
process you include
auxiliar,
the private sector,
pienso que es muy importante porque es
but I
una
think it will be very
arista de todo
beneficial
este
because
proyecto. Y
it is
escuchar
one
nuevamente a
of
los
the
empresarios que son nuestros clientes
areas
que nos
or aspects of
retroalimentan a
this
nosotros,
process, and our
me parece que esa es una parte muy
users
importante.
also give us feedback,
Quisiera pues
which is good
agradecer
for the system.
la
And I think
oportunidad de
that
poder
is a very
compartir estas
important
experiencias.
matter. Thank you again
Realmente
for giving me the
gracias porque
opportunity
cada
of sharing
región
these
de
experiences.
nuestro
Our
país
province in the north
utilizamos
of the country,
mucho.
we
Creo que el
use
ingeniero Serracín puede
a lot. I think
certificar
Engineer Serracin
la
can
plataforma y creo que hemos
validate
tenido
this. We
pues
use a lot the platform, and we've
una gran
had
experiencia y
a really
emocionado
positive
incluso porque,
experience
wow,
and
el
thrilled
tema de
really at
trabajar
the
en
beginning
línea es
because
una cosa, un
working
cambio muy,
online
muy
is a
importante.
huge
Entonces, no sé,
change, an important one.
voy a
So
estar abierta para
I am
preguntas.
going to be open for
Preguntas que
questions.
puedan hacer
Any
tanto
questions you may have at the end
la señora
after the
Marisela Canto, porque yo
Miss
creo que
Marisela
tiene un alto
Canto,
inconveniente.
I will answer with pleasure.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you
estimada
very much,
Daisy de Ruiz.
dear
De igual
Daisy
forma,
Ruiz.
pedimos
And
si puede
also,
esperar unos 30
if you
minutos
can help us
también hacemos eh, la
about 30 minutes
la
while
exposición
we
del sector privado y posteriormente
finish
hacemos una plenaria
the intervention of the
sobre
private
estas
sector,
propuestas.
and then we do
Mucho gusto.
a full session of question
De
Q&As.
igual forma, saludamos a Marisela
We'd like to
Canto
greet
de la Asociación Nacional de
Marisela Canto of the
Producción
National
Cereal
Association of
Ampros de
Seeds
Chile.
Production
Un
Ampros
gusto,
Chile.
Marisela, y muchísimas gracias
Pleasure,
por participar
Marisela, to have you here, and
en
thank you
este
for
taller regional
participating in this regional
ePhyto,
workshop,
en el
ePhyto,
cual lastimosamente
where
no la pudimos tener de
unfortunately we
forma
couldn't have
presencial,
you
pero
in
igualmente
person
le
here,
enviamos un
but
caluroso saludo y abrazo.
we send you our big hugs. Thank you for inviting me. Good morning. Really happy to participate in this session. I would like to introduce myself. I represent the Union of Seed Producers of Chile, AMPROS AG, and I would like to share the benefits basically we've seen with the ePhyto as a part of the industry, and how have we been working since 2018 with the uh, livestock and agricultural services are the benefits. As an association or union, we were born in the 1959. We have 73 members, and we represent 98% of the seed activity in Chile. We are the only union association of this product, of the seed products, and we count with 48 companies, national companies, and 25 transnational, but mostly our association is comprised of medium to small. We are the eighth exporter of seeds worldwide, the first number one exporter in the southern hemisphere. In 2022, we exported $350 million, $72 million in the same year of imports, and in 2020, the internal market saw figures of we rounded up to around $181 million. This is just to show you the division of our exports. We export to many countries, basically United States, European Union, and here we can see how are our exports divided based on depending on continent. In 2022, we export directly to a total of 47 countries in more than 80 species. As I said, 79 of our exports go directly, 39 goes directly to the United States, 33 to the European Union, 17% goes to Asia, and so on and so forth. For imports, something similar happens. Also, most of our imports come from the United States and from the European Union. If you can see the map, this is the division of this pie chart, let's say, based on imports per continent. United States 25%, European Union another 25% of different species, both of cereals.
Sí la vemos
We can hear you, we can see you, but we stopped seeing the presentation.
ya la retomamos. Adelante.
Okay, it's showing again. Well, regarding the electronic certification, we can see in 2023 So far, all the phyto certificates we have issued until July, 7,138 electronic certificates. As we can see in the map, in the left, we have the majority to the United States and European Union. This is the division per product: canola, corn, soy, lettuce, beans, broccoli, and many more. And a lot of them are we are receiving them on the imports on import offices. Definitely, the electronic certification created by the MPPO, and the idea is to comply with phytosanitary requirements in order to be able to trade them. And this is an official document that can only be issued by a government official authorized by the MPPO. The global and season-based character of the seed trades implies that long-term storage and re-exportation to the same seed batches to numerous destinations. This is important for phytosanitary certification because other groups make make it more difficult to import and export seeds because we need different types of documentation. And this is where I want to show you what is the international motion or movement of seeds. For example, we can have a parental line in the Netherlands, but then this same seeds, this same batch, there's a basic seed production in France, for example. Then this same batch may go to processing of basic seed to South America and then to Chile on hybrid. Then this can go to processing of commercial seeds to Germany to then be packaged in the United States and finally being traded in Mexico. The same batch. Therefore, we as a seed industry face a very large risk in terms of international trade. So for us, the phytosanitary certification is no easy task as any other export sector. However, the re-exports for us are even more complex, and every time the seed is moved from one country to the next, the initial declarations or statements change, or we need new documentation for exports, and for that, we require different requirements that add up to in each destination country. So we need the phytosanitary certification to add other additional documentations like the international analysis, seed analysis document. Now, what have been the benefits we've seen so far? We started working in 2018, then with the pandemic, this really solved largely our problems because it presented an important technological change. It allowed us to remove paper completely, preventing or reducing the possibility of fraud and issuing for phytosanitary certificates. It saves time and money because it prevents documents lost. We had a lot of problems of documents that got lost. The shipment was delayed 7 days. Courier shipment, we needed to wait 15 days, uh, which also entails additional costs of shipment and tariffs. So, and now there is a direct communication if there are any mistakes between the MPPO that is more direct and expedited. What's our future vision? To move forward internationally with all the countries, and ideally all countries should be in line so this can properly flow and we can upload electronic documentations because not only the phytosanitary certificate is moved around the world, but there are other documents that accompany these operations. And also the certificate of electronic re-export should be together with this great progress. Thank you very much. Round of applause for the three panelists, Marisela, Daisy, Mr. Craig. Do we have questions or comments? for our
esta sección
panelists in this section of the private sector?
nos
Let's see.
estoy revisando
I am checking the YouTube channel, see if we have any comments or questions there.
una consulta para
There is
Marisela
one
Canto.
question for Marisela
Nos
Canto.
preguntan cuál es
Doctor,
su,
we are being asked,
cuál es su
what
percepción
is
en
your
cuanto a la seguridad
perception in
de los
terms of the
certificados
safety
electrónicos
or security
de
of
sellos
electronic
de reconocimiento?
certificates? What are your
Tema de
thoughts?
seguridad.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you well.
En el canal de YouTube nos colocan
In
una
the YouTube channel, we have a question. What are
relación a la
your thoughts
seguridad que
regarding
puede
the
brindar la
security
el
that
certificado
the
electrónico.
electronic certificates can provide? Well, 100%. The certification is encrypted, and only the NPPOs can see it. So this certificate cannot be, let's say, the fact that it's encrypted, it has a unique security standards by the NPPO. So we have a document that is 100% secure. It fully uh, ensures the shipment. Dr. Daisy Reese, what volume of certifications till this date have you used? Electronic certificates
Han realizado.
have you created or have you used?
Bueno, dentro
Well,
del porcentaje de nuestra provincia, nosotros
within the
estamos
percentage of our province, we have
como
50%.
asociación.
As a union or association, I have to say
Puedo decirles que unos
17,000. I can
500 serían solo de café.
8,500 are
Ha sido
only
muy
coffee
exitoso
electronic
para agregar
certificates.
a la
And
lista
this has been a
certificada.
big success. And
También
to
el
add
tema
to
de
the comments
poder
of
que posee el
Ms. Maricela, the
certificado
QR code
es
that the
una
certificate
herramienta
possesses
muy básica
is a
para
very
poder
important
transmitir la
tool.
información y para que quien
So
recibe
we
pueda
can share
solamente
information, and
revisar
also
y
for the
transmitir
person
la información
receiving
al
the
instante. Entonces
certificate
también eso
can
ayuda
scan it and
muchísimo.
have information
Okay,
on demand.
perfecto.
That
Y
is
ahí mismo aprovechamos
extremely
para saludar a
useful.
Juan Batista,
Very good. Hello,
compañero
Mr. Juan
de ahí
Batista,
del MIDA
joining
Panamá.
us from Ida,
Saludos.
Panama.
Bueno, vamos a hacer
Well,
aquí
here
tenemos una
we
consulta
have
de
a
parte de
comment
Ramón
from
de
Ramon
IPSA,
from
Nicaragua.
IPSA, Nicaragua.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Bueno, excelente, la
Fantastic.
experiencia
The
que han
experience
compartido cada uno de ustedes
you've
en diferentes
shared
países.
with us in
Bueno,
different
mi
countries.
pregunta más que
My
todo es, ¿cuál
question
fue
aims
la
to
reacción
what was
usual
your
de la gente
reaction or any other
de pasar
industry partner to
físico,
move from
firmado y sellado,
uh,
entregar un documento físico
papers
a la parte
signed
electrónica?
and stamped to the electronic version of them?
Bueno, en nuestro caso, por
Well, in
supuesto
our
que
case,
el cambio ha sido muy positivo,
the change
porque
has
como
been
todos sabemos, todo lo
very
que es
positive. As we
exportación
all know,
requiere transferencia de información
exports
digital. Entonces,
require
eso ha sido
digital
un gran
information
avance.
transfer. So this has
Como
been a
lo
step
mencionó la
forward.
doctora
And like
Marisela, sí
Dr.
es
Marisela
importante que
mentioned,
otros documentos
it is
también
important that
puedan
other
migrar hacia este
documents
tipo
can also be
de manejo, todo
migrated to
digital,
that
porque
type of handling,
facilita
everything
mucho la
digital, because it
transferencia
facilitates
e intercambio de
the
información.
transfer and exchange of information tremendously. Well, for us, adding up to what Dr. Daisy mentioned, the savings not only for the industry but for the MPPOs, because the cost of paper here, the paper certificate has a cost and the savings to the MPPO. So I think it is important for both, and I believe the public and private sector receive great benefits when maintaining all the electronic certifications, all the documents to become digital.
Okay. Vamos a continuar con el
Let's
ingeniero Rubén
continue with Engineer
Serracín
Ruben
de Panamá.
Serracín from the
Sí,
Ministry
gracias,
of
Xavier.
Panama. Thank you,
Bueno, sí,
Xavier.
para
Well,
agradecer la
just
participación de
wanted to
la
thank
señora
the
María Daisy
participation
en
of
nombre de SCAP,
Ms.
la
Daisy on behalf
secretaria
of
de la
SCAP,
Asociación de Cafés Especiales de
the
Panamá,
Association of Specialty Coffees
y
of
también
Panama,
hacer
and
el
also
reconocimiento a esta
I would like
asociación.
to
Fue una
recognize this
de las
association. This was
asociaciones que
one of the
no
associations
dudó
that
en ningún momento
never hesitated
de darnos el apoyo en
to give us
cuando iniciamos
the
el proceso
support
de
when we
implementación
initiated the
de
implementation
ePhyto en
process
Panamá.
of ePhyto
Nosotros,
in Panama.
lo dijimos ayer
We said it
en la
yesterday in
presentación,
the presentation.
iniciamos
We
con un plan
started
piloto
with
y esto
a
puede ser
pilot
de mucha ayuda
program,
para
pilot plan, and
algunas
this can be
autoridades de la
helpful
región.
for some
Un plan
authorities of the region.
piloto
We started with a pilot
inicializa la
plan.
provincia de Chiriquí,
And for starters,
donde
the
tiene la
province
sede
of Chiriquí,
la
where
Asociación de Cafés Especiales.
the Specialty
Una de las dos
Office
que
Association
seleccionamos
is headquartered, was
para
one
este
of the
plan
two
piloto y en Chiriquí
agencies that we
muchos de
selected
los
for
socios
this pilot plan. And in Chiriquí,
de
a lot
SCAP
of the partners
fueron
of
quienes
this,
nos
of
apoyaron
SCAP,
desde un inicio. Entonces, contar con
are
socios
the
estratégicos
ones that should
en la
have
industria
strategic partners in the
estén a
industry
favor,
sector
que
that
respalden
are
este
in
tipo
favor, that
de iniciativas
support
que
this
salen
type of initiatives
de los
that
gobiernos es un
come out of
factor,
of governments, is a it's a
para
key
el
factor
éxito
really for the
y creo que eso
success.
fue
And I think
fundamental en el
this was
caso de nuestro
fundamental
país.
in
Así que
the example of our
nuestro
country. So again,
reconocimiento
we'd like to recognize
a los productores,
our
exportadores de la
producers and
provincia de
exporters of
Chiriquí,
the province of
al
Chiriquí,
equipo
to the
de
team
sanidad vegetal
of
nacional y
Plant
de
Health,
Chiriquí, que
National Plant
también
Health, and Chiriquí Plant
nos
Health
apoyó, sobre
group
todo
that supported
al
us
incansable ingeniero
strongly,
Juan Batista, que está ahí
mainly
siempre
the
dando
tireless engineer Juan
esa milla
Batista, always
extra.
giving that extra mile
Solamente
in his
para
work.
terminar,
And to
aprovechar
wrap
las
up, I would
excusas de la
like
señora
to,
María Daisy, hubo
excuse
un
me, Ms.
temita
Maria
ahí
Daisy, there was a
tema ahí
small issue
con
I
la
didn't
presentación,
understand with the
pero igual
presentation. But
quedan los
we
archivos
have the files, we have everything,
y va a ser
so,
circulada
and
también
this will be shared
entre los
also
participantes.
between all the participants. Thank you very much.
No, de acuerdo, Rubén, nada
Very
más
good,
agregar.
I
Ruben.
was, I was wondering, this is Craig. I was wondering if I might make one last comment.
Continue, Mr. Craig, your turn.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say, when it comes to industry savings, one of the shortcomings that industry is sort of lagging behind, but there are some results, is in terms of reporting, their individual savings and in the switch from paper to digital. There is a report that has been finished and compiled, but it hasn't been made publicly available yet. But in this report, one country that is in Africa, that was one of the earlier adapters of ePhyto, has reported savings of up to $40 million per year in transitioning from paper to digital certificates. And specifically, there are references to savings of up to 50 US dollars per container being shipped. So that's a trade-off. So when we hear, the seed industry and the other industries talking about savings, there's a lot of money that can be saved, which is going to not only increase other areas of research and do things better, but it also, in the case of some other areas, can allow for further developments of the system itself. But I just wanted to mention to the industry participants as well, try and keep data and make it available to organizations like FAO or the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation in order to build a better picture. Because even though it's only ePhytos right now, using those savings numbers to advocate for digitalization of other certificates in governments or digitalization of other documents in industry, these are things we need to have as a sales pitch, because a lot of people are excited. A lot of people are happy with ePhyto, but it can be so much more, and it can be expanded to include so much more. And I just wanted to make that one last point to everybody on the industry side to see if you can't provide some statistics. We have an industry advisory group that's headed by the International Seed Federation. And the more statistics we have, because so far the statistics are all positive, we're going to be able to paint a better picture and provide further digitalization and help facilitate safe trade. So thanks, and I appreciate the opportunity to make that comment.
Adelante, ingeniero Robles.
Go ahead, Engineer Robles. Yes, adding up to what Ruben was stating, I would like to thank Ampros and Marisela for their presentation. With the seed industry, we have been working for a lot of years trying to integrate ePhyto and all the benefits it represents. The complexity when she was talking about the re-export, we're getting to a pilot plan and an agreement with the Netherlands, and we are designing with Ampros and one of their associates in Chile, Bayer, the possibility to export and use the capacities that XML and ePhyto has to integrate all the documentations that maintain that traceability that the seed needs and all the documents like lab analysis. So we are having conversations with Colombia too because there's an important exchange in this context of re-exports. So we hope to have positive results soon that will allow the industry to save even more in this concept of time and in term money. Like Greg mentioned, the fruit export industry of Chile in the workshop of Buenos Aires in April, they showed figures of what ePhyto has meant for Chile of around $200 million, a number that integrated all the details of the entire process that exports means until the fruit reaches its destination. And in that context, with the seed industry, this pilot aims to collect all those data, all the data of savings of integrating this improvement possibility with the solution, the ePhyto solution. All right. With this, we would like to thank our participants. Strong round of applause to you, Mr. Craig, Maricela, Miss Daisy. Let's close now the participation of the private sector. Let's continue with some pending activities here for the in-person. It's 11:15. I believe we need the group photo. Ana Lucia's, I don't know if we can take this opportunity, the coffee break, and take the picture, and we come back. It'll be lunch because probably it will take us like 30 minutes for the group photo. It's 11:15 now. Do you want to take a break now? I think I think we will have time to take the picture, go to lunch, and come back in the afternoon. At 12? Well, we can try to move ahead. Maybe we come back at 2 p.m. with the final presentations. Is that right? Okay, ready. Our community, our online community, we will resume at 2 p.m. We will take an official group photo and we will come back at around 2 p.m. Again, to ask you to join us back in the afternoon session and hopefully you enjoy your meal. For YouTube colleagues, we are going to resume the transmission at 2 p.m. in the same link. Thank you. So we'll come back at 2 p.m. We will move ahead an hour and probably we will finish a bit earlier. Afternoon, esteemed colleagues. Again, warmest welcomes to your workshop, this regional workshop for the electronic certification ePhyto. It has been possible thanks to the joint efforts of the Secretariat of the APPC, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dominican Republic, and OIRSA. In this opportunity, we are starting the last session of this important workshop that had the participation of 9 member countries in person, as well as a very high participation on our virtual channels. We're seeing some new faces here in the room, so let's give you the floor so you can introduce yourselves. Who are you representing? And if you want to say a hobby you have, any piece of information is valid here. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gisela Taveras. I am here representing the company Antonio Taveras Agroindustrial and of the mango cluster. We work mainly with mango, and the company also exports fruits and other vegetables, but mainly mango. Thank you for taking us into consideration for this workshop, and I can see the relevance for the export sector. I have to say Gisela is one of our panelists today related to the topic. Welcome, both of you. Well, pleasure to have you here, to have you participate in another uh, input of the private sector showing interest to the electronic certification. So let's begin. Formally welcome Mr. Alfonso Manuel Paulino, the General Director of Customs of the Dominican Republic. He is going to share his experience for the integration of ePhyto on the single window service for foreign trade. This participation has been possible thanks to Ms. Rosa Lasala and Manuel Duran. And it is very important for the member countries of OIRSA to have this type of participation because it is important to have the single window services in each country. Paulino, thank you for participating, for giving us your time, this space in your tight schedule. So the floor is yours.
Gracias, gracias. Muy buenas tardes para todos. Como ya me
Thank
presentaron,
you. Good afternoon, everyone. I was introduced already, Alfonso Paulino, manager of the Foreign Trade Single Window Services of Customs. I want to congratulate everyone, starting Mr. Manuel, Miss Rosa, my esteemed Jody, for organizing such a beautiful and important event for all of us that deal with logistics and dispatch of goods. I was asked to participate this afternoon to show what has been the integration of these single window services with the ePhyto or the phytosanitary certification. Before I begin, I would like to confirm you can see my screen. Yes, we can see the screen.
ahí pueden verla.
Perfect.
Ok, ok. Continuando entonces con nuestra
So
presentación en el
moving
día
on
de
with the
hoy,
presentation today,
de modo introductorio,
as an
hablar un poco
introduction,
sobre
I want to
la Organización
talk a little bit
Comercio
about
Exterior de la
the
República
foreign trade
Dominicana,
single window
la cual
service of the Dominican
iniciaron los
Republic
trabajos
that
por allá por el año
began its
2012,
operations around
donde se
2011,
integraron varios países que ya
where we
estaban
visited
con la
several countries that
Dominicación,
already had the service of
donde se
foreign
hicieron
trade
negociaciones
single
inclusive
window,
internacionales
and we did
para
specific
poder implementarlo aquí en el país.
consultations so we can
Con el
implement it
decreto ya
here in the country
la
uh,
OIC,
by the
la mayoría de
request
la OMA,
of
como nosotros
different
como país somos
entities
signatarios,
that
debíamos
we
incluir la
are
ventanilla
signing
dentro de
countries, and
nuestro
we
país.
had to
No,
include
no es más
these
actualizatorio
services in our
cuando
country.
nace
It
el
was
procedimiento
in
que crea la ventanilla única que
2014
es el
where
decreto
we created the
4014.
legal framework
De
that
manera rápida
supported
quiero
the single window
definir
services.
la ventanilla, que es
And
una
I want to
iniciativa de
define this
facilitación del
single window
comercio
services, which is an
exterior,
initiative to
con el fin de
facilitate
agilizar los
foreign
trámites
trade with the objective
requeridos
to
para
facilitate the
realizar los trabajos de
required
importación,
processes
exportación
to
y
realize
tránsito de mercancías.
import and
A modo nosotros, de
transit
manera
of
personal,
goods.
definimos la ventanilla
We define
como
this
un
single
centro de
window
copia digital as a digital center where any user can manage the proper permissions for import and export. Right now, the window has 44 entities, state agencies that are connected. Those are the ones that approve or reject the permits for these goods. We have 298 services completely digitized through our platform because in the beginning the window only started with the customs agency systems, but with a number of improvements that we carried out to the single window services, we saw the need to create an app aside from the custom services. Out of those 298, we've been able to migrate 247 services to the new single window services. And within the improvements in the new platform, we have the parallel approval that we all know goods require the approval of one or more state agencies to be processed and before a time ago until both of them approved, no one could see. Now they can do it in parallel. Both agencies that need to approve the process receive the notifications at the same time. We can we have access through any platform, laptops, tablets, computers, smartphones. It doesn't matter if the service can have access to internet, it can have access to our site, to our platform, and obviously from anywhere in the world. If you have any questions, we can do it at the end. You can write them down, and we can do it at the end. So in our context, the objective the project has for us to integrate VUSE with ePhyto. The idea is to broaden the coverage of the foreign trade single window services of the Dominican Republic to include digital phytosanitary certificates for imports, exports, and re-exports of agricultural products. These services will be available 24/7, as we like to say here, through our website. Anyone can request the needed permits to import or export any goods. Within the benefits we are going to have by implementing ePhyto together with VUSE, VUCE, is that it increase traceability. The information is kept within the database, security and protection of the information, a local technical support because we will have both customs and the Ministry of Agriculture are going to be trained to provide that support. It is a platform that is going to be bilingual, English and Spanish. There's a reduction in the learning curve. We will strengthen business trends. We will implement digital signature through the eFIDO. That is extremely important because our country is regulated by Law 126. Higher security with the electronic certificate, improvement of our statistics, better integrity of information. This is extremely important. We also have client satisfaction, which will be measured. You will need to move physically to an office. You will be able to do your request of eFIDO whenever you need to. Also, this this tool improve all the processes that our beneficiaries have to do. These are part of the benefits we will obtain with this integration. That thanks to the initiative of the Ministry of Agriculture and Plant Health and the support of uh, Trace or Trazas, which is the program of the Department of Agriculture of the United States, we've been able to carry out this process. We divided the project in three stages. The first stage was surveying or gathering information, reviewing technical documentation, reviewing the ePhyto and Hub solution, meetings. Obviously, we had meetings with the General Director of Customs and the Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant systems, and revision of the gens. And the second stage, we defined the requirements, we designed the prototypes, we also designed use cases, and we developed the possible solutions for each situation we came up. In the third and final stage, where we are right now, creating test environments, executing tests, training, and putting production of the tool. Right now, we are in the middle of this stage and we hope to see or to try to mid-September or October to officially release the integration of ePhyto with the foreign trade single window service. As part of the process, quickly on how this would proceed, the user creates the request through the platform as they are already used to do so. Then, in a digital fashion, that moves to the Ministry of Agriculture and their Department of Plant Health, where they review the information where the request, the process to generate requests happens, and then it moves to inspection. Then it goes to the hub to generate the certificate and to manage the certificates. To put it simply, in the next slide, this is a bit more in detail where
Somete el trámite a través de la
the user
ventanilla.
submits the request through the single window services. The process is verified. It is approved by after inspecting the quantities or depending on the quantities. This is sent for the process of ePhyto certification review, and I will show you a screenshot of how the system looks. Next. In this part here, what you can see here is the screenshot of the Buse platform. It contains all the information as a single form. To start the process, the requestant has to do the request of the Buse proceedings, request the information. This was an improvement for the system that we added the packaging and the type of package that the system didn't used to count with those capabilities, which are required fields, and that the technical team of the Ministry of Agriculture were accurate to point out this issue.
Seguimos un momentico. Entonces,
Let's continue.
luego, aprobar el trámite de BUSE. Al momento de que el
Then
usuario
the
haya
BUSE
registrado
approval.
y esté
When
dispuesto a
this
aprobar la plataforma
procedure,
para que
no,
solicite
not all our
la
countries
identificación del equipo. Entonces,
require
aquí
the
tendríamos la
ePhyto
opción
or phyto
de hasta
certification. So
5
we have an
documentos
option that
por el
yes,
país que va a
I,
recibir la
I need
mercancía
this because the
la
country that is going
solicita
to
o no
receive
lleva los
the
documentos.
the
En
goods,
caso de que
the
solicite,
inspector
en ese
doesn't
momento lo
initiate
podrá
the
hacer
ePhyto
desde la
certification,
pantalla
able to
que
finalize the process
actualmente
in
señalamos.
this screen where you have the
Luego de
details
esto,
of the
establece
certificate
o
of
si
the request.
necesito o requiero la
If the
identificación
answer
del
is
ePhyto,
yes, I
entonces lo
require the
pasa
ePhyto
a esta pantalla que
certification,
ustedes pueden ver aquí.
then we move to this
El inspector
screen.
inicia el proceso de
The inspector
certificación
begins the
fitosanitaria.
phytosanitary
Es
certification
dirigido a la
process.
plataforma ePhyto, la
It
cual
is
se comunica
redirected
con la
automatically
plataforma
to the
BUSE
ePhyto
a través de
platform
una
that
API
communicates with the
que
BUSE
fue desarrollado por
platform
el
through an
Departamento de
API
Seguimiento de
service that was
Aduanas
developed by the IT
con la
Department of
empresa
Customs
que ganó
and
la
with the
licitación para
company
esta integración,
that
donde se comunica con
won
el
the
sistema vía
tender
API.
for this process, for this work.
Luego de esto, entonces continuamos
After this,
con lo que es la consulta o descarga de la certificación
we
ePhyto.
can do the
Tanto el
query
inspector
or
como el
download of the
técnico
phyto
podrá
certificate.
verificar
Both
el
the
estado de la
inspector and
certificación
the requestant
fitosanitaria o
can
descargar
verify the
el
status
documento del
of the
equipo BUSE.
phytosanitary
Esto
certificate
siempre y
or
cuando
download it through
esté
the VUSE RD,
totalmente completado.
as long as the process has been 100% completed.
Otra cosa importante es que el
Another
inspector podrá
important
acceder
factor is that the
directamente a su
inspector
bandeja de
can
trabajo en
access
la
directly
plataforma
to the
ePhyto
work
desde
tray in
BUSE,
the
como
ePhyto
pueden ver en esta
through
pantalla
VUSE,
que le hemos
as you can
colocado
see on the
para
screen here.
mejor ilustración.
So you can see it better.
Básicamente, esto sería lo que
Basically,
estaríamos entonces
this is
implementando y como le
what we will be
mencionaba,
implementing. And as I was
las
saying,
ventajas de
the
la trazabilidad,
advantages,
seguridad
the
de
traceability,
la plataforma, ya
security
es
of the
una plataforma
platform,
conocida por los
which is
usuarios
a
de toda
platform
nación
already known
y
by
esta
the
a
users,
consolidar la
that
transparencia
basically
y el buen manejo
consolidate
que
the
estamos haciendo aquí
transparency
tanto en la
and
Dirección
proper
General de Aduanas
management
como el
we are aiming
Ministerio
for in the
de
directorate,
Agricultura en
the
la zona
Customs
del
Directorate, and the
Departamento de
Ministry of
Calidad
Agriculture
Vegetal.
in
Entonces,
the
dicho esto, voy a
Plant
dejar
Health
de compartir
Department.
pantalla.
Having said that, I will
Cualquier
stop sharing
pregunta,
my screen,
por
and if
favor,
you have
no tengan
questions,
miedo que ya
please
podemos
Don't be afraid. It is free. I'm not going to charge you.
Ok, compañeros.
Okay, colleagues. What comments do we have regarding this presentation? Suggestions, questions, comments?
Se han quedado sin palabras después del
You are
almuerzo, ¿no?
speechless after lunch, huh?
Eso quiere decir o que fue muy buena y entendieron todo.
That means
o no
either
se
they
entendió
understood
nada.
everything or they understood nothing.
Una pregunta, una
I
Adelante,
have,
pregunta.
Julián.
go ahead, Julian.
Sí, sí, sí. No me pareció muy,
Yes,
muy
I
interesante
think it was a
esta,
very interesting
porque
presentation
en la Unión Europea también
because in the
tenemos el
European Union we
proyecto
have the project of
de la ventanilla única.
the single
Quería solo
window
hacer una
platform.
pregunta.
I just wanted to ask
Bueno,
a
este es el
question.
caso de República
This is the
Dominicana,
case of the
realmente.
Dominican Republic. Very
Es
interesting.
que hay una voluntad de la
Is
OIRSA
there
de
a
crear
will
una
from OIRSA
ventanilla
to
única
create
regional? Esa es
a
mi primera
regional
pregunta.
single window
Porque
service?
lo siento,
That's a
es que no he
question that
podido
came up. I'm
participar
sorry I haven't been able to participate
a la
uh,
integridad
completely
de este
in the
evento.
workshop.
Y mi segunda pregunta es,
My second question
por
is,
ejemplo,
if, for example,
la ventanilla única está
the
sincronizada
single
con
window platform
el
is
código de
linked
algunos países. Por ejemplo,
with the
yo
regulation
soy un
or
operador
regulatory
y
body
un
of certain
exportador
countries. I'm an
y quiero
operator, I'm an
enviar
exporter, and I want to
naranjas
send
hacia Francia.
oranges to France.
Es que la ventanilla única me
This
va a dar
single
algunas
window
referencias,
platform
si es
gives me
prohibido, cuáles son
references if these
los
goods are
requisitos
forbidden or what are
a
the
reglamentar
requirements
o
for the
todavía
export, or is
no
that
está pensado
something not
desarrollar
yet
esta parte.
thought of? Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Julián. Y muy
Thank you very
interesante tu
much,
dos preguntas.
Julian.
En relación
Interesting
a la
question.
primera pregunta,
Regarding the
sí,
first
nosotros
question,
estamos
yes, we
trabajando
are
de acuerdo
working
con los mandatos de la ONU de
according
que en algún
to
momento
the
todas las
mandate
ventanillas existentes a nivel
of
mundial se comuniquen. Se comuniquen.
NAPO
De hecho,
for
inclusive
all
hace
single window
aproximadamente
services
15 días
to
nosotros firmamos
talk
un
to each other,
acuerdo
to
con
communicate. And
la
actually,
VUSA
not
de
too long ago,
Argentina,
we
un acuerdo de
signed an
colaboración
agreement
donde
with
precisamente
the
estamos
VUSA
buscando
platform
que
of
en algún
Argentina,
momento todas las
where we are
ventanillas se puedan
precisely
sincronizar
aiming for
entre
that,
sí.
that all these single
En
window
relación a la
services can
segunda
communicate
pregunta,
with each
que
other.
es parte de este
Regarding the
proyecto
second
también
question,
de la
which is part of
integración
this
eFIDO,
project too, of
al
the
día de
integration of
hoy
ePhyto,
la plataforma
till
no
this
administra esa
date,
información como tal,
the platform
pero
doesn't
para
give you
ello
that
nosotros estamos
information as such.
trabajando
But for that,
conjuntamente con la
we are
integración de
working
eFITO, lo que es la
together,
configuración,
integrating with
para que a
ePhyto
través de esta consulta
the
vía web también
a
los
query,
usuarios, tanto
which
nacionales como internacionales, podrán
we are calling
consultar
basically a
la
tariff
condición
query,
de
where
precio antes de realizar
everyone
cualquier
will
tipo de
be able
condición, ya
to
sea importación o
check
exportación.
what
Yo me encuentro,
tariff the
por ejemplo, en Colombia, y
goods
yo
will
quiero
have
importar
for imports or of
flores de
exports. If I'm
Colombia
in
para
Colombia and
República
I want
Dominicana.
to
Yo voy a poder
import
acceder
flowers
a
from
esa
Colombia to
información y ahí
access
ver cuáles
to
son los
that
requisitos,
tariff
si es
query and see what are
autorizado
the
un acuerdo
requirements,
con
if
la
that
telepatía
is with a
internacional, ya sea EPA,
bilateral
ESA, cualquiera
agreement
de los
between
acuerdos
states or
internacionales que ya todos conocemos,
an international
nos
agreement that we all know.
entregará o le
That
brindará esa
query will
información al
give you that
comerciante
information to that
de manera que
person.
sí, que eso Dios mediante
So
este mismo
yes,
año nosotros lo estaremos
luckily
implementando
we'll
también.
be able to
Ok,
implement that this year
muchas
as well.
gracias, Alfonso. Hablo de esto
Very good.
porque
Thank you, Alfonso. I
en la
talk
Unión
about this
Europea con el
because
sistema TRACES,
in the European
toda
Union with
esta
the traces
información es gratuita
system, all this information is
y es
free
suficiente para
and
que el
it's enough
inspector de
for an
exportaciones
inspector,
consulte.
an
Hay un
export
botoncito
inspector
ahí en
to,
TRACES,
there's a small button in traces,
exigencias reglamentarias y
requirements
ahí
or
aparece todo
mandatory
y
requirements, and they can see
esto
everything
permite de
there.
una manera
And this
gratuita
allows in
acceder
a
porque todo el
free,
mundo puede
completely free
acceder a
way,
eso
because everyone can have access to this information,
de estar
to have
seguro que
or
la
to be
carga va
certain that
a
this
cumplir
consignment
con
is
todos los
going to
requisitos
comply
del país, de
with
la Unión
all the
Europea, todo esto.
requirements of the European
En
Union.
TRACES hay
With
una funcionalidad
traces, there
que se
is
llama
a feature
requisitos
called
fitosanitarios.
phytosanitary
Cualquier
requirements.
inspector hace un clic
Any
ahí
inspector can click on
y
that
cuando ha
feature,
seleccionado el
and
producto, por ejemplo,
when
acá
they have
hablamos de
selected the
naranjas,
product, we were
entonces
talking about
el sistema
oranges,
le da
right? So the
todas
system
las informaciones
gives the
de su
inspector all the
producto y
information
esto es una
they
ayuda,
need. And this
una herramienta muy útil
is
para la
a very
certificación
useful tool for the
y
certification.
para
And
asegurar
to
tener
ensure,
como garantías de que las cargas no van a
to
ser
be certain
bloqueadas
that
por un
these shipments are not going to
defecto,
be blocked
digamos, documentario.
because
Yo
of a
trabajé
problem
en el
with
aeropuerto
documentation. I worked at the
Charles de Gaulle en París
Charles de Gaulle
durante ya
Airport
14
in
años
Paris for
y
14
yo
years,
les cuento
and I
sinceramente
can tell you, being
que cuando me
honest, that
revisaba, me veía frente a todas las
I
cargas
was
que se
facing
destruían,
all the
se destruían
shipments or
diariamente
consignments that
por
were
razones
destroyed daily
documentarias muy simples.
because of very simple
Faltan unos números,
documentation
faltaba
matters.
una coma,
There was a
etcétera.
number missing, there
Se
was a comma not
destruían
put.
mercancías
So
todos los días,
every
todos los días,
day,
millones de
millions of
toneladas.
goods, tons of
Y esto a mí
goods were
me
destroyed,
pareció como
and
algo
this
muy
maddening.
alimentaria frente a la
And
desigualdad
mainly
de
aware
mujeres
of
en acceso a la
the
alimentación y etcétera.
food problems, the lack of
Entonces,
access to proper
una de las,
nutrition that I know
una
happens
de las
around the
razones
world. So this was one of the
que me
reasons
llevaron
that motivated me
a
to
este proyecto de
follow up on
certificación
this
electrónica para
project of
evitar
electronic
todos estos problemas.
certificates to
Solo una
prevent
breve
these
información
issues.
para decir que
Just
el sistema
to
Tracer,
share
ustedes
that with the
pueden
traces
acceder
system,
ahí.
you can have access to this
Prácticamente,
information.
si ustedes tienen acceso y ven los requisitos
And if you see it,
reglamentarios, y eso evita muchos
this you
problemas
can
que
see all the
tiene
regulations
la
and then
Unión Europea.
required, and this prevents a lot of issues in the European Union.
Excelente, Julián. Y es así como tú dices. Nosotros, como te informé, en la plataforma de buses como tal todavía no
In
nos
the BUSA platform,
la implementación de la consulta. Sí, en el portal, nosotros tenemos un portal
in
web
the website,
que
we
ahí
do have a website where the user can have access
pero va a ser más expedito
to have the information.
cuando ya esté en la
It is going
plataforma
to be way better
de
when
la
the
consulta
platform
pública
is
le podamos
completely
brindar el
linked
mensaje
through the queries we
Dios
will be
mediante en 1 o
launching
2 meses más tardar.
locally in 1 or
Así que
2
muchísimas gracias
months.
por
So
la
thank you very
sugerencia
much for
y
the
para allá que
suggestion.
va.
And we are heading that direction.
Ok, aquí de los compañeros que están presentes, si tienen alguna consulta, nos hacen en el canal de YouTube.
If you, we have a couple of comments in the YouTube channel, Paulino. The first one is,
¿Cómo generaron la estrategia
how
de
did you
comunicación con los
generate the
diferentes usuarios
communication
del
strategy for the
sistema
different
de la ventanilla
users
única?
for this single window platform?
Repítame la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
La socialización con los
How
diferentes
do you
usuarios del
share or
servicio de
spread
ventanilla
the
única, ¿cómo ha sido
information
ese
with the
poder
different
de
users of
comunicación,
single window platform?
de
Uh,
divulgación?
how did you do it? How did
¿Cómo
you
se contribuyó en
convey
los
the
éxitos
information
de la
or
plataforma o
on the use
del
of the
sistema?
platform or
Sí,
system as a
mira,
whole?
en principio nosotros
Well, at
dividimos
the
la
beginning, we
comunicación de la
divided
implementación
this
de la implementación de la
communications and
consulta,
information
primero de
sharing
manera interna.
for the
Trabajábamos
implementation of
de
the
manera
single window
interna y de manera
internally. When I
externa
say
al Estado.
internally, I
Primero con
mean
todos
within the
todos los
state.
organismos
All the
aduaneros
state
que
agencies,
trabajan en los
customs,
procesos
and so on
de
that
aduana y de logística.
deal in the customs and
Para
logistics
nosotros
processes,
entonces
we
después
came to an agreement. So then
interpretarlo, enviarle
we
entonces ya a
spread
aduaneros, a los procesadores,
information
importadores.
externally to
Fue
importers, exporters, customs
digamos,
agents.
fue
It was hard
difícil al
work. It
principio,
was tough at the
con
beginning
muchas cabezas
because
en algo que
there
no
were
se lograba por
simply
múltiples
too
fuerzas,
many
pero
people,
gracias
too
a Dios y a
many
la voluntad de cada uno de
opinions.
los
But thank
integrantes
God and the will
del
of
ministerio, se
each of
logró la
the
implementación.
members of the
¿Qué
different
nos
ministries, we were
qué
able
nos
to
cogió
implement it.
muchísimo para nosotros
One
poder
really
terminar con la
helped us
implementación? El uso de la
in the
tecnología, el uso
implementation,
de
the
la
use of
tecnología,
technology, the use
las
of
redes sociales a través de las
social
redes sociales
media.
públicas
Through our social media,
mucho
we
uso para,
did
de hecho, al día de
a
hoy,
strong campaign.
toda
Actually, till
implementación,
this
cada vez
day,
que vamos a dar una
every
capacitación,
time we
nosotros
do a
también al final
training
del
or
día
anything, because
capacitamos a todo el sector importador y
we
exportador y
train
utilizamos
the
las redes
entire
sociales
import and
la
export
Dirección
sector.
General
So
de
we
Aduanas.
use the
Los
social
usuarios
media
mismos
of the
también
General
entran o
Customs
acceden a nuestra
Directorate,
página
so
web,
the user can have
al
access
link
to our
que se
website
refiere.
and Instagram and
Ellos
Facebook,
se nutren
so
a
they
través
can receive the
de la
information
plataforma
through
digital
these
para lo
digital
que es la
platforms.
información. Y sobre todo también tenemos
And
nuestro
also,
portal web,
we
que
have
es
the website,
una excelente base de datos donde los
which is
usuarios
an
también
excellent
se
database
asientan
where
con su
users
información
can
personal.
also get the
También
information
nosotros
they need.
brindamos a
We
través
also
del correo
provide
electrónico que
through
es
an email,
infobusrd, que
which is
también podemos
InfoBoost
escribir. Y ya
RD,
últimamente, más
and
reciente, implementamos
recently
nuestro
we
nuevo, lo
implemented
que es el WhatsApp Business, que a
the
través de la
business
plataforma de
WhatsApp consultation services in that sense.
Aquí tenemos una
Very
consulta
good.
del
We have a
ingeniero
question
Ramón de
from Engineer
Ipsa,
Ramon
Nicaragua.
from IPSA, Nicaragua.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Felicitaciones, excelente presentación y todo lo que ha logrado
Congratulations. Excellent
República
presentation and
Dominicana,
everything that
¿verdad?
Dominican
En
Republic
ventanilla única,
has
¿verdad?
accomplished
Mi pregunta
through the
es,
single window platform.
yo sé
My
que
question is,
aduana tiene un
I know
sistema
customs has
centralizado
a
de
harmonized
procesamiento de
system,
catálogo de
a
productos.
database of
¿Cómo lograron esa
products.
parte en relación
How
al
did
catálogo
you,
o que maneja
uh, how were you able to
OIRSA en este caso?
do
Y
that
dos,
with a
¿cuánto fue el tiempo
product
efectivo
catalog that the
para lograr
IPPC
la transmisión del
handles? And
sistema
what was
electrónico
the
a los
time
diferentes
frame that
países
was
o
effective
destinos?
to
Gracias.
achieve this exchange of certifications in the different countries?
En relación a la primera pregunta, aunque no es mi área
Regarding the first
directamente,
question,
pero
even though
aquí
it's
en
not
aduana trabajamos con
directly
el
my
sistema
area
de
of
acceso
responsibility,
normalizado que
we
ya
work with the
conoce
harmonized
el
system
lenguaje
in
universal
customs,
y que
which
ahí
is
mismo
kind of the
se da
universal
para poder
language,
hacer a través
and
de nosotros
this
con la OIRSA. Por
deals
eso todos los servicios de nosotros
directly
están orientados a ese
with
lenguaje, tanto el
the
sistema de aduana como
tariff
la misma ventanilla.
issued by
Ya la segunda
the
pregunta ahí yo le pasaría la pelota a mi estimado
World Customs
compañero Salvador
Organization.
ahí, o
I
Yeudi,
would have to pass
más,
now,
más
give now the
saber
floor
en
to
ese
Manuel,
punto, esa
my
área.
colleague. He knows more about this issue
¿Puedes,
directly.
me excusa, retroalimentarme con la especificidad de la pregunta?
Can you repeat the
Es que estaba
question, please?
ocupando un espacio ahí
I was,
imprudentemente, dígame.
Sí, sí, lo que quiero saber es el tiempo
I want to know
efectivo, ¿verdad?
the
Para lograr esa
time,
posibilidad de
the
transmisión
effective
del
time really
certificado
to
fitosanitario
accomplish the connectivity of the
distintos
phytosanitary
países
certificate to
o
different
también
countries
países
or
beneficiarios
to the first
destinos.
country.
Yo entiendo que esto se está
I
concibiendo
believe this is
sin dejar
in the process
un espacio de retraso
without
diferente
any
está concibiendo
uh,
con el home, con el
without
James.
any additional delays
Esa es la idea, porque de no ser así,
from what happens with the
poco
gens.
sentido
That's the
tendría.
idea.
No
I
sé
don't know
si
if
me
that
responde
responds
su
to your
pregunta.
question.
O sea, el
So
tiempo
the
que nos permite, o
time
sea,
that
minimizar los tiempos, ¿verdad? En el
reducing the
porcentaje
times
que nos
and the
permite la
percentages
herramienta
that
del
allows
James,
the tools of
entiendo
gens,
que
I
debe
understand
ser
that
lo
it
mismo
should be the
con
same
esta
with
nueva modalidad
this
que se
new
pretende
modality that is
implementar en
intended
República
to
Dominicana.
implement in the
O sea,
Dominican Republic. So,
sí,
and
entiende que ya estamos en una tercera
we
fase,
are in a
¿no?
third
Eso es lo que
stage
esperamos.
right now.
Vamos a
It
ver
is what we
ahora cuando
expect.
probemos
Let's see
qué
now
tal,
when we
¿no?
test how is it going to go.
Don Manuel,
And
ahí hago la
Mr.
salvedad
Manuel,
también y por eso quería
I also I
hacer la
wanted to
primera
mention
parte.
and I wanted you
No sé si
to make a
ustedes
comment
están
because
informados
I
que
don't
ya el
know
proceso de
if you
digitalización
informed
del
that the
registro,
digitalization
ustedes ya lo
process of
habían
the ePhyto
iniciado antes de
you had
que
already
se hiciera la integración con BUSE.
started
Entonces,
it
por eso quería
before
que
the
me dieran
VUSA
más detalles de
integration.
ese
So I
punto,
wanted
porque yo
to
sé que ustedes
show
hicieron
you
un
more
trabajo
in
muy fuerte
detail because
para
I
lo
know
que
you
fue la
did a lot of
digitalización a
work for the
través del BUSE.
digitalization
No,
through
correcto,
the
correcto. Eso es
gens.
algo
Yes,
sabido, digamos.
yes,
Lo que nos
that
permitió a
is
nosotros
widely known,
insertarnos
and that's what allowed us actually
en
to
el James
integrate in gens
y adoptar la
and
herramienta.
adopt the tool.
Precisamente por eso fuimos
That is why
autorizados
we were authorized
a respaldar este tipo
to
de producción
support
con la
this type
certificación.
of
O sea que todos
processes
los
for the
participantes
certification.
entienden
So all the
perfectamente
participants in this workshop are aware of this.
Sí, una consulta
Yes,
que la trasladan
a
desde el
question
canal de YouTube.
from our
Paulino,
YouTube channel,
a
Paulino.
ustedes como autoridades de aduana están enmarcados en este
In
tema
your
de la
case, as
ventanilla
customs and
única en alguna
organizations, are
plataforma
you framing the single window
regional, alguna
platform in a
plataforma,
regional
organismo
platform?
internacional,
When I
SICA,
say regional
SIECA, en el cual
platform, I talk
estén
about
abordando
an
este
agency,
tema
SICA,
para
SIECA,
estandarizarlo a nivel regional
addressing this issue
o
to
más allá?
be approached at a regional
No,
scale.
todavía no, todavía no.
Not
Todavía no
yet,
estamos
not yet.
encaminados en ese proceso.
We
Todavía
haven't started
vamos en
walking
espera.
down that
Estamos
path, but we
primero
will. We are
haciendo las
first
diferentes ventanillas de otros
doing
países.
agreements with
Estamos
single
en
window
vía de
services of
hacerlo con
different
Colombia, ya
countries.
mismo van a
We
iniciar,
already approached
pero todavía no estamos de
Colombia,
manera directa, pero
Argentina,
no
but we
está saliendo
haven't,
ya.
we are not doing it yet directly, but we will.
Adelante, Manuel.
Manuel, go ahead.
No quería dejar la respuesta
I
como
didn't
está.
want to leave
Por
the
eso.
answer like that,
Entonces,
just kind of
un
ambiguous.
asistente se acercó a mí
So
a ver si es así.
someone approached
Que la
me
pregunta iba más relacionada al
told me that the question was more aimed to the time it takes us, an inspector, to create a phytosanitary certification in GENS. Is that the case?
No, no, más bien
No.
la ventanilla única,
The
¿verdad?
single window
Indica
service or platform,
cuánto
right?
tiempo
How
se
long
llevó.
did it take?
No sé si está eso entendido. No sé si
I
está
don't know if
ya listo.
if
Le
it's
están
ready. That
transmitiendo
you
el
are
certificado,
exchanging or
¿verdad?
transmitting
Fitosanitario a través
phytosanitary
del
certificates
sistema
through
nacional
the national
al hub.
system to the hub.
Ok, ahora entiendo. Bien.
Okay,
Sí,
I
mira,
understood now.
no es a través de la
It is
ventanilla
not through
única
the
de
single
certificación.
window.
Ok, sí es subido, pero
It
lo
is
que se
uploaded
hace
there,
es
but
el trámite
what we
de la
do
solicitud
is
de
the
exportación
process
a
of
través
the
de ventanilla
export
única de comercio
request
exterior.
through the
Es
foreign trade
una
single
bandeja
window
que llega a
services. That
nosotros
is
como
an
agencia
inbox, let's say,
responsable
that we
del proceso.
receive
Y
as
de esa
responsible
misma
agency
forma
of the
va
process, and
caminando
in that
hasta
way
llegar
we
esa
process it
solicitud a la inspección
until
en el
this
punto de
gets to
inspección.
the inspector at the
Eso
inspection
responde, ¿no?
point. That answers your
Bien.
question. Okay.
Una consulta por aquí.
A question. Another
Permítanos
question here.
Adelante, sí.
Buenas tardes.
Good
Señor
afternoon,
Paulino.
Mr.
Yo sé que
Paulino.
quizás el
I
tema no
know
es el que se está
maybe
tratando, porque acá
this is
estamos
not the
hablando
topic
del
we are
certificado
discussing. We're talking about the
fitosanitario.
phytosanitary
Pero nosotros
certificate
en
here.
Mango
But
tenemos un
we, with the
inconveniente y es que
mango,
los
have an
datos de
issue that
exportación
the
que
export
ofrece
data
aduana
that
son
customs
totalmente
offer
divorciados con la
are
realidad. Porque nosotros hemos
completely
estado chequeando
distorted
con
from
las
reality
importaciones
because we have
de los
been
países de
reviewing
destino, como la Unión
imports with
Europea,
destination
Estados Unidos,
countries
y los
like
datos
the
no
European
corresponden.
Union, the
No sé
United
si
States,
es
and the
el código
data doesn't
arancelario que
correlate.
está mal
I don't
puesto
know
o
if
cuál es la
the
situación,
code,
pero
the
realmente
tariff
no nos
or
podemos
product
llevar
code is
las
not the same,
estadísticas que
but we
ofrece la Dirección
cannot
General de Aduana para
trust the
nosotros
statistics of the General Customs
pasar la
Directorate
información al
for
público,
us
porque
to
realmente
give
no
the information to
corresponde.
the
No sé
audience.
cómo
I
podríamos
don't
solucionar
know
ese problema. Uno de ellos yo
how
sé
we
que
could
es
solve that. I
que
know
Mango
uh,
está
one of
junto
the issues is
con
that
el
mango is
mangostán y la guayaba,
together
pero eso
with
es un dato que puede afectar, no
mangostan
mucho, pero la
and guava.
realidad, de acuerdo a lo que
But
nosotros hemos
the reality,
constatado
according to
con los
what
datos
we've
de
been
Estados
able to
Unidos y
experience
Europa,
with the
no
data from
corresponde con lo que ofrece la
US and
Dirección General de Aduana.
Europe, it doesn't match
Entonces,
what the
creo que
General
debemos
Customs
hacer
Directorate has.
una reunión y un trabajo en ese
I
sentido
think we
para
need to
unificar
have a
esto y que
meeting to
las
unify
estadísticas que salgan sean
our
las reales.
concepts so the
Sí,
statistics are actually true.
totalmente de acuerdo con usted y me
I
gustaría que
fully agree
fuera
with you, and I
tanto
would
Yanni,
love
tanto
the me
Manuel
abuse
como
the
Jody, que
trust
yo
of
sé que
Mr.
también está
Manuel
por
and
ahí,
Jody and
para
other
que le
there
faciliten mi teléfono
to give
para,
you my
digamos, y
number so
coordinemos
we can
una reunión y
coordinate
ver en
a
detalle
meeting
eso, porque como
and
usted bien
see that
mencionó,
in
son
detail
muchos
because
datos,
as
nada
you
más los
mentioned,
detalles que pueden
there are many
interferir en que
variables
la
and
data no
details that
sea,
can
digamos, la
have
correcta.
an impact
Porque
on the data.
Buse maneja su dato, lo quería
Has their
plantear, lo
own
que es la
data
aduana
for
maneja lo
permits,
que es la
but
importación y la
customs handles
exportación. Entonces
imports
me
and
gustaría, como
exports.
no,
And I
ayudarle en
would
ese caso
like
y servirle
definitely to help you in
para que
that sense
logremos
to
entonces conseguir esa
uh,
estadística que
be
ustedes
the
necesitan.
channel so we
Así
can
que
get
cuente
the
totalmente con
statistics that you
nosotros
need. So
y
you can
Jody,
count with
puede
us.
facilitarle mi
And Jody,
teléfono a
please
la dama para
give
que
the
pueda
lady my
ayudarle.
number so she can contact me directly.
Sí, adelante, ingeniero
Yes,
Jody Arias.
Mr. Jody Arias, go ahead.
Permítame.
Allow me.
Ok, perfecto. Tal vez en conversación acá de la
Maybe
pregunta, ¿no? Que quede claro.
a lot of the question would
El
like to
compañero
specify
de Nicaragua,
our
¿no?
colleague from
Ramón.
Nicaragua, right? Ramon.
Bueno, nosotros el proyecto
We,
de
the
ventanilla única
single
y
window
integración ePhyto
project and the
iniciamos hace un año,
integration to ePhyto began
pero
a year
estamos en un
ago,
proceso todavía
but
de prueba.
we are still in a
No
testing
estamos
process. We
todavía
are not
transmitiendo
yet
certificados a través
transmitting or
de
exchanging
ventanilla única.
certificates through single
O
window
sea, no sé si eso
platform.
responde, creo que
Maybe
responde a
that,
la
I think
pregunta.
that
Todo el
was
proceso desde el inicio de
somehow
la
the
integración
entire process from
hace un
beginning to
año inició.
integration began
Ahora
a
estamos en
year
etapa
ago.
final
Now
y
we are in
esperamos
the
en los
final
próximos
stage,
meses
and we
ya
hope in the
trabajar.
coming
Estamos
months to start
incluso
operations.
esta
Actually,
misma semana, estando
this
nosotros
week,
aquí,
while we're here taking this
todavía
workshop,
la transmisión
the
a
transmission
través
or
del hub,
exchange through the
hay que hacer
hub,
una configuración y se
we needed to
aprovechó
do
que
a
estaba Gianluca
configuration,
aquí
and we
para
basically took
terminar
the opportunity.
esa
Gianluca was
configuración ya
here
que estaba
to
dando
complete that setting because we were getting an error
concesión
message
certificado de seguridad
with
sanitaria a través de APA.
granting the
Eso
phytosanitary
se terminó,
certificate
se
through the
terminó
hub.
en reuniones que se
That
hicieron
was
esta semana.
finished
Entonces
this week in
empezamos a
a
hacer
couple of meetings. So
pruebas
we
a nivel
started
de país
testing again
y
at
en
a
los
country
próximos
level.
meses
And
entonces
then in the coming months,
estaríamos
we
ya
would be,
abriendo la puerta para poder
let's say,
respaldar
opening the doors
certificación fitosanitaria
to
a través de la integración
exchange
ePhyto y a través de APA.
phytosanitary
Eso en los
certificates through
próximos
the
meses.
ePhyto and through the
Pero
hub.
en
That is
sí,
in the
ahora
coming
mismo
months.
no,
But the
llevamos un
cycle right
año
now, we have been
de iniciar
working
la consultoría que estuvo
for a
mencionando
year
Alfonso
from when we
y ya está a
started
punto de concluir.
the advisory until now.
Excelente, Yeudi. Me imagino
Fantastic,
que, bueno, eso es
Jody. I
parte
imagine that is
dentro de ese
also
trabajo que
part of the
se
work
identificó,
plan,
cómo nos estamos incorporando a
how we
las
are
ventanillas únicas, principalmente cómo sería la relación
integrating
con otras
to the
autoridades,
single window
principalmente
platforms in
de
our in the
aduanas.
different authorities and
¿Tenemos algún
customs.
comentario,
Do we
compañeros?
have additional comments or
De no ser
questions?
así, le
If
damos un
not,
fuerte aplauso a
let's give a
Alfonso Paulino
strong round of applause to Alfonso Paulino
por brindarnos ese espacio
for
y
giving us
ese
this
tiempo
space
durante la
and
tarde.
his
Sabemos que la
time during the
agenda
afternoon. We
hoy
know his
está bastante apretada y
agenda is
estuvo a bien
quite tight,
darnos este espacio
but he
para
was able to
interactuar
give
con
us
nosotros.
this
Gracias,
moment
Paulino,
to
por tus
interact. Thank you,
atenciones y
Paulino, for
estamos atentos.
your
Saludos.
No, muchísimas gracias a
comments.
ustedes
Thank
y que
you,
sigan adelante con
and
tan
hopefully you will
importante
continue
evento
making
para
progress
lo que
with
es
in
la
this
República
important
Dominicana
event
y el
for the
resto de
Dominican
Latinoamérica.
Republic and the
Un
rest of Latin
abrazo muy
America.
fuerte.
Big hugs to you all.
Saludos, Paulino. Ok, compañeros, ya
All
casi estamos
right,
por
we are
finalizar este
almost
importante taller.
finishing this important workshop.
Vamos,
Let's, Manuel,
a ya iniciar a la parte final en
the
el cual
final
ya hemos invitado
session
o
where
bien
we
invitamos
invited, we had the
a varios
opportunity to invite
exportadores de República
several
Dominicana para poder
exporters of the
interactuar.
Dominican Republic to
¿Me
interact.
confirmas, Nelson, si tenemos
Nelson, can you
algunos
confirm if
invitados
we have
presentes en
special guests
el canal de
in
YouTube?
the Zoom?
Ok, estamos esperando dos
So we are
exportadores que
waiting two
estarían
more
por incorporarse
exporters
al
that
canal
still
al canal de Zoom.
need to
Si deseas, Manuel, no sé
have
si
access to the
desea
Zoom
que
meeting.
esperemos un
Manuel, I don't know.
momento
Should we
o
wait
iniciamos.
a couple of minutes or should we begin?
Ok. Yo creo que podemos poner un par de
I
sillas aquí
think we
adelante
can
y
put a couple of chairs at the front here.
mientras adecuamos la sala,
While we
mandamos
prepare the room,
un fuerte saludo al Ministerio de
we would
Agricultura,
like
a la
to
Secretaría de la CIDER
salute the
y a
Ministry
OIRSA
of
por
Agriculture,
la organización
the IPPC, and OIRSA
de este
for
evento.
organizing this
Vamos, en cualquier
event.
momento lo vamos a
In any
interrumpir
moment,
usted,
man,
Manuel,
now we
para
will
identificar que ya
interrupt you,
han
Manuel,
llegado
to
los
make
compañeros que
sure
están
that our
en el
colleagues in the
formato virtual.
online
Ya de
meeting
aquí en
enter.
adelante vamos
From
a
here
quedar,
on,
como quien dice, vamos a
we
quedar en
are
casa
going to be
y vamos
home.
a dejar en el
We're
uso
going to
de la
just
moderación a
leave
Manuel y a
the
Yeudi,
lead
quienes han tenido a
of
bien
this
invitar a la señora Gisela, a
event
quien
to
agradecemos por
Ruben
su
Haiti,
participación.
who invited Ms. Gisela,
Mencionarle a la
who we
señora Gisela
thank
que estamos
for her
participando
participation. And I would like
porque
to
somos
mention to Ms.
17
Gisela, we
países
have
de
9
la región del OIRSA,
countries in
México,
person here:
Belice,
Mexico,
Guatemala, Honduras,
Belize,
Salvador,
Guatemala,
Nicaragua,
Honduras,
delegados
El
de Costa
Salvador,
Rica,
Nicaragua,
Panamá
delegations
y
from
la República
uh,
Dominicana.
Costa Rica and Panama.
También
But
estamos
also,
transmitiendo en el
we are
canal de YouTube,
transmitting in our
donde hay
YouTube
una
channel where
comunidad
we
y
have a
un aforo bastante
community,
importante. Han
quite a large
participado
participation. We
delegados
have
de
delegations
Colombia, de
from
Ecuador,
Colombia, Ecuador,
de Argentina, de
Argentina,
Perú,
Peru,
también de
and
ciertos
also
estados
of
de
other
México.
states of
Y bueno,
Mexico.
así
And well,
que también queda grabado todo lo que se está
everything
desarrollando en
we're
la sesión
saying here
para
is going
ser
to be
ver
recorded and we will
posteriormente
be able to
cualquier charla que se diera durante
revisit
estos
it
días. Así
in
que,
any talks that you would like to
Manuel, te
see.
dejo si deseas
Manuel,
en
the
la
floor is
moderación
yours. to moderate.
nuevamente,
And
gracias por
again,
toda la
thank you
hospitalidad que ha
for all
tenido
the
el pueblo y los
hospitality
amigos de República Dominicana para este
the
evento
people
y
and our friends of
como
the
le
Dominican
decía
Republic
Paulino,
has
también queremos
have had.
celebrarla con
And
ustedes por
Paulino,
la
we are in
atención
your
que hemos
debt with
tenido.
so many attentions you've had with us.
Ya, regresó. No, bueno, faltaba más. Para nosotros es un
Some
verdadero
more. For us, it's a real pleasure. We are pleased of.
We're very pleased to host this activity here in the Dominican Republic. It has been great. The satisfaction of having here in the Dominican Republic the representatives from the Phytosanitary Protection Organization, specifically the countries that are part of OIRSA. And it is such a great honor to have someone as Gianluca Nusso, Rodrigo Robles. Has been an initiative that I remember when Dr. Urias talked to us with the idea of carrying out this event in the Dominican Republic. We told him that he had our full approval for this. So all of your effort has made this possible, has made possible that we find this opportunity to work together, as we said before, developing cooperation agreements, agreements to support national productions of our countries throughout the region. So we wanted to include in the development of the activities of the workshop a panel with the purpose of talking about the sector of this industry in the Dominican Republic and the opinion regarding the electronic phytosanitary certification and what are the benefits that it offers. There are more participants. They have expressed their they have said that they haven't been able to be here. Some of them have gotten sick. Some of them will be online. However, I believe that having here Gisela, we have a formidable complement. So Gisela, welcome. I would like you to introduce yourself to the audience, what your name is, and the company that you represent. Well, in my self presentation a moment ago, I expressed that I am the representative of the company Antonio Taveras Agroindustrial. My name is Isela Taveras. The company for over 40 years has been exporting mainly to the United States vegetables and fruits, but since the year 2005, it obtained the first certification in the country, or the first permit for the hot water treatment plant required by Mango. And it was the only company for 15 years that exported to the United States that local fruit. Currently, there are 4 more plants that started operation since last year. And I want to talk to you about our experience. We have gone through every single path since things were 100% analog up until now that we have adapted to all of the benefits that technology brings. Right now, we're enjoying ePhyto, that is an additional advancement within the whole integration that all of the institutions needed to be able to make more agile the exporting process that is so convenient for the country. And this modality has been of great benefit. I've had experience. I'm not the one that handles that in the company, but I've had the problem in several occasions in previous years that the phytosanitary mainly when we're talking about air exports, delays the process a lot, the export process, because sometimes the files got accumulated and you had to wait for the turn of that form. And sometimes we were even under pressure from the flights, and because the FIDO was not completed. Now with the QR code and the electronic FIDO has been a time-saving solution that has been very important. And I'm really happy to know that OIRSA has been part of this process. I'm very familiar with OIRSA's work. They have always provided support in terms of making things more expedited and to for the experts to be bigger every day. And the department integrated in this activity, I think this is a step.
Recording in progress. Proceso gripal que lleva. Entre las preguntas que nosotros le hicimos, le preguntamos a él, él tiene una opinión respecto le preguntamos, ¿qué cree usted podría contribuir a mejorar la República Dominicana en el servicio que ofrece el Ministerio de Agricultura en el respaldo de sus servicios con los certificados fitosanitarios? Él dice, y esto, Rodrigo, para que a ver si podemos tomar esto en cuenta, porque ya que estamos en el tren de viabilidad con la certificación electrónica, reduciendo tiempos y costos, hay otros documentos que son requeridos para la exportación, específicamente de la Unión Europea. Y él en su respuesta dice lo siguiente, dice, podríamos contribuir a través de una programación en conjunto mediante la cual se podría observar el desempeño de ambas partes dentro del contexto de la elaboración de estos certificados y verificar puntos de mejora. Sin embargo, dejo una nota más abajo y dice, la implementación del ePhyto de implantarse desde el punto de vista en el país junto con el euro electrónico.
Along with the electronic euro to avoid sending documents to Europe, meaning that the exporters, the ones that are going to export to the European Union, besides the phytosanitary certificate that goes with the cargo, they need to send a form that is called Euro 1. So he says, since we are in this part of the electronic certification, a comment or an approach to the authorities would be good in Europe to see if this document that is so necessary also how can it be digitalized. So I'm sharing this with you. And this could be the case of many, this concern of this exporter. See, how can we talk about this with the authorities from the EU? Guillermo Contreras' opinion is very important because he's the biggest importer to Europe of mango. So that's something that needs to be considered. I believe that it could be. I don't know if those two forms can be unified, or I don't know if that's possible, but it would be a great step as well. You have any question for Gisela? Yes, just to know and understand that every single process brings advantages, but it also brings challenges to the table. But I would like to know specifically, Gisela, at a cost level,
tiempo, beneficio o cuándo lo
time,
logró. ¿Se
benefit,
recuerda
or if you
cómo era
remember
el proceso cuando
how
tenía
was the
que
process
enviar
when
el
you had
certificado
to
a
send
un
a
país de destino a
certificate
través
to
de un
a country of
courier?
destination
¿Podría
through a
hablarnos un
courier?
poco
An
de eso?
example, could you talk to us?
Tanto del costo
Could
que representaba
you
para usted
expand
como
on
el beneficio ahora
those
de
details,
no
like
tener
the
que hacer toda
cost
esa
that
travesía?
represented for you versus the benefit of not having to do that now? Well, the cost is the same because the cost is practically not important. The problem with the FIDO was time in customs, in the customs process, the time, because it was digitized by hand by one person. Now that we can do it, that we can enter the text at the company, the greatest benefit is time, that we
Muy
have been
bien,
able to reduce
gracias
it
por su
immensely.
respuesta. Y por último, ¿cree que usted podría contribuir
Do
a
you think you
mejora
could
o sea,
contribute
se podría contribuir a
to,
seguir
or do you
mejorando en
think that
este
we can
sentido
contribute
la
to
República
continue
Dominicana?
improving
El hecho que se
the sense
adopte
that the Dominican Republic
acciones
adopting
como esta, como
actions like this
fitosanitarios,
one as
que ha sido
phytosanitary? Do you
beneficioso para
think
usted
it has been
independientemente como
of
espectador y
benefit for
para la
you
empresa?
as exporter and also for the companies? Well, yes, and as I was mentioning a while ago, the products go out with a tariff code that it has to appear in all of the documentation. So we need to try and unify those codes and review if they actually correspond to the product that you're sending, because a lot of times information get distorted due to a wrong code.
Muchísimas gracias, Gisela,
Very
también
well. Thank you very much, Isela, for your
¿Tiene algo
response.
más que
Manuel, do you have
comentarnos
anything
respecto a
else
Gisela?
to
Una pregunta.
add in regards to Isela? We have a question.
No, solamente a la consulta del documento
No, I
que
just
mencionaste, creo que está
in
Julián,
regards to
que
the
tiene la
Euro
experiencia
document that
del
you mentioned, I
puerto,
think
o
we
sea, del
have
aeropuerto de
Julian
Francia, que
that
recibe los
has the
productos de muchos
experience
productos
from
de
the airport
Latinoamérica
of
y que
France that
tiene
receives a
que
lot of
cumplir
products from
ciertas
Latin
condiciones para
America,
ser
and certain
fitosanitario.
conditions need to be
No sé si
met
Julián está por
besides
ahí
the
para ver
phytosanitary
si
one. I
tienen
don't know if Julian
alguna experiencia al
is
respecto de
online and see if we
documentos
have
adicionales
any
que ustedes requieran
experience
o que
in that
deberían
regard
ser
that
capaces
might be.
de incorporar en estos mensajes electrónicos. Julián, ¿te fuiste?
Julian, are you there?
Bueno, parece que no está Julián.
Julian apparently is
Sin
not there.
embargo,
However,
sí.
Bueno, también está ya otro panelista.
so we have another
Sí,
panelist.
Milvio Pérez. Pero vemos a Julián ahí.
Oh, we
El
see
micrófono está
Julian
como
there. His microphone is muted.
Sí, bueno, puede ser que se haya retirado
Yes,
ya tarde en
apparently
participar,
he might.
eh,
Perhaps he left this
interesante
late in
esto
Paris
de
at
que
this
todo el
time. It's
proceso
interesting that
de
point within the
desaduanado, como se dice,
processes
que una
of
exportación
customs or requirements
no
for an
basta
export
algunos ejemplos
is
como
not enough.
solamente
In
enviar
certain
un certificado
examples, just
fitosanitario.
sending an
Y eso
electronic
es lo que hemos
phytosanitary
conversado y
certificate, and that is
comentado
something that we
acá,
have
de
talked
poder
about, of being able to
que sea necesario
interoperate
requisitos
with everything
importador y
that
exportador y
is
todos los
necessary
requisitos, tanto desde el
between
punto de vista sanitario
an
como
importer
aduanero,
exporter and all of the requirements,
reglamentos, y
both
entonces
from the health
se
point of
vayan
view as customs
desarrollando estas
point of view,
tecnologías para
in
ir
order for these
manteniendo un flujo
technologies to be
constante,
developed to
eso es lo que
maintain a
efectivamente va a haber
constant
retenciones
flow.
por
That is the
procesos
idea,
documentales.
not having
Y ahí
retentions
se
due
pueden
to
incluir no solamente también
documents, lack of
productos de la Unión
documents,
Europea, sino
or
todo lo que
document
contenga desde el
processes,
punto de vista
but
sanitario un
everything
tratamiento de
accompanying
frutas
from
y
the health
vegetales.
point of view a cargo of fruit and
tenemos con
vegetables.
nosotros
Well,
también
we have with
Milvio
us
Pérez.
Milvio Perez.
Es un panelista
He
invitado
is
nuestro.
one of
Milvio,
our
¿estás con nosotros?
panelists,
Veo que
and
tu micrófono está también
I see that your
enchufado.
microphone is muted.
Bien.
Yes.
¿Pudieras, Milvio, bienvenido primero?
Welcome
Estar
first.
frente a la representación
So you are with the national. You're here with the national representation from the countries of Central America and the Caribbean that are part of OIRSA. special guests as well here. So we ask for your collaboration in this panel so we can hear your impression in terms of the ePhyto. And before doing that, I would like you to introduce yourself and share with us your opinion in terms of this tool that has been implemented in the Dominican Republic. So I want to give some background, and I was reminded by the engineer Hector Santana. So we started with the Las Americas Airport, the first phytosanitary certification. That's the case, right?
Correcto, así es.
Adelante, Milvio.
That is that. Yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really thankful for having this opportunity of sharing with all of you such an important meeting in terms of making more efficient these processes with our products. And the idea is that we can share this with other countries and share our good practices. Since in a synchronic manner with the receiving country, with our clients, the importers,
de manera inmediata, pues los resultados de la inspección y la certificación
and this inspection and certification of products. All of this process involves a more expedite process in terms of the data. After the certification that we make in the airport and at the maritime port as well. We used to do a manual process, and we needed to be in communication with the inspectors in the port. We used to visit them 2 or 3 times at the office. We needed to go to the export area of the airline to certify papers, but that is something that we now do remotely. We we file the documents, and we get the certificate digitally and automatically. The importer at the port of destination receives the information. I can give you as an example that sometimes the Phyto had any kind of error because if there was a blurry area, an example, because we used to do that manually and we had to fill it out again. So that cargo, if we were lucky enough and there was a flight the next day, we could send that phytosanitary corrected the next day in the same airline. But there are airlines that do not travel every day. So that document, we had to send it privately in a courier or something like that, and that involves expenses. And the time that it takes to get to the importer, to the exporter, to the importer at the destination. So, and that involves money. So that has been our experience of this new way of the phytosanitary. If you have any question, we're at your service. I'm involved in the shipping area for over 10 years. So we're at your service for any question that you might have. Thank you, Milvio. Question comes to mind. I don't know if you've made any base exercise that you could share with us. It doesn't have to be specific, but you can share with us an idea in terms of cost reduction. An example, a phytosanitary certificate here in the Dominican Republic is it has a price of 200 Dominican pesos. We're talking about $4. I don't know how much it costs sending a phytosanitary certificate via courier, and I don't know either what will be the cost for an exporter with a person that is hired to carry out this kind of activity. Do you have an idea, a basic idea of what I'm asking you? Like making the phyto, sending it, and doing the whole process. Yes. Excellent question. I think the saving and the benefit, the cost benefit is about us being able to make our manpower more efficient because that personnel that had to go 2 or 3 times to the agricultural office then can now get busy doing something else. And that help us make more efficient our workforce and reduce costs at a personnel level. Now, in terms of shipping costs, with the couriers or, well, we have to send it because sometimes that is not something that is not something that you can put there as a priority because those are things that are not common. But it is between $60 and $80 sending an express document. As I'm saying, it is not common. It's not something that we should do frequently because with airlines, they travel with certain frequency. We send the document the next day, but if it has to be done, it's not common that there are mistakes in the phytosanitary. In terms of savings, we see it as saving time and that we can make things more efficient and we can use our personnel in a more efficient manner. Thank you, Milvio. Do you have any comments? Yes, I would like to see, because in the introduction, it was mentioned that Milvio was the first one that sent an electronic certification. What was your reaction when you were told that the certification of that first shipment was going to be made electronically and that there was no need to do physical certificates anymore? What was your reaction? How did you feel at that moment, knowing that you were the one doing the experiment of something that still at the moment it was unknown? But what was your reaction? Well, my reaction was I loved it because I believe in innovation, and I know as a professional of international businesses that the the dynamism of a country it closely involved with innovation. So, and we knew that that was something that was being developed. So we receive information on behalf of the European Union saying that we're working on that and everything. So me as a as a teacher of aviation, I felt really happy on this innovation. I felt a lot of enthusiasm.
Excelente. Pues muchísimas gracias, Milvio.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Milvio. We greatly appreciate your effort for being here with us today. We're going to welcome Engineer La Sala, who just arrived at our room. Welcome once again, Engineer. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Gracias, Manuel.
Thank you,
Excelente.
Manuel.
Perdón.
Adelante, Julián.
Go ahead, Julian.
Qué pena
I'm
molestarlos.
really sorry to bother
En
you.
París son las
And
9:30
here in Paris, it's
Bueno,
9:30.
esta intervención me gustó mucho,
I
precisamente
really like
porque
this intervention. This wanted to talk to you about something.
se habla, yo pienso que la parte
When
técnica es
I
extremadamente
believe
importante,
that the technical part is extremely
pero hay
important,
algo que acompaña la
but there
parte
is something
técnica
accompanying
y
the
es la
technical
parte de
part,
comunicación y la
and
parte de
that is
relación.
communications area
Y quiero
and
hablar sobre esto
relational
porque
area.
esto fue una
And I want to
experiencia
talk
que
about this
tuvimos con
because this was an
Colombia
experience that we had with Costa Rica, with
y
Chile,
con Argentina.
and with
Es
Argentina,
decir, que gracias a la
meaning
comunicación
that
podemos
thanks to
efectivamente,
the to
gracias a la
communication, because
comunicación,
we're human beings, thanks to
podido
communication, we have been able
crear lazos donde,
to create
y yo estoy hablando de los puntos de contacto
relationships, because I'm talking about the ePhyto points of contacts
lo
in the
hemos
world.
hecho en África, lo hemos
We have
hecho en
done it in
Asia, lo hemos
Africa, we have done
hecho
it in Asia, we
en
have done
Europa del
it
Este,
in
en donde
Eastern
hemos
Europe,
creado un lazo
where we've
y
developed
la
a
parte
bond,
técnica es una
and
parte
the
que
technical part is
siempre
a part
parte
that
hay
will
problemas, ¿sí?
always
Pero si detrás de esa parte
have
técnica
some
hay
problems.
una
But if
voluntad
there is
mutua
willingness,
de
mutual willingness
corregirlo,
behind
de
that technical area
de
of
dar un poco de
fixing
flexibilidad
problems, of
para evitar
having or providing
destruir
flexibility to avoid
cargas todos los
destroying
días
cargo every day
por un pequeño problema
due to a
documental.
small documentation issue.
Una, una de
So
las cosas más
I believe
importantes
that one of the most important things that we
parte
need to
técnica es
create,
extremadamente importante,
I mean, the
pero la
technical part
parte
is extremely
relacional
important,
y
but
la
that
parte de
is
comunicación que puede
the
mejorar esa parte
relations and
técnica.
communication is what can improve that
Tuvimos la
technical part. An
experiencia con
example,
Chile, con
we had
Rodrigo,
experience with Chile, with
en esa parte de
Rodrigo,
cargas
when there are
retenidas en
problems
la
with
Unión
cargo
Europea.
being
Nos
retained in the
comunicamos
European
por
Union.
WhatsApp,
We
me
talked through
comunico directamente
WhatsApp.
con África y con Asia, y
I
todo
talked through
esto nos
WhatsApp. I
permite
use
crear
WhatsApp to
una
talk to
red
Africa and Asia, and this allows us to create a
y
network.
pienso que esta
And I
parte de
think that
comunicación
this
interpersonal
communication part
es
is
extremadamente importante
extremely
para
important
mejorar, para
to
tener
improve,
mucha más
to have a lot more
eficacia
efficiency
en la transmisión de estos
in the
certificados
transmission of
fitosanitarios.
these
Eso
phytosanitary
para mí en este
certificates.
caso,
That
en mi
for me
experiencia,
is,
es
in my
realmente la
experience,
parte
something
técnica.
vital.
Gracias, Julián, también por
Thank you,
el aporte.
Julian, for the
Quería también,
contribution.
habían una pregunta, no
There
sé, una
were
pregunta
there
que
was a
se le
question
había,
for
se le
you
había hecho a
before,
Julián y tenía que ver
and
con
it had to
que
do
que
with
Rodrigo
the.
quería, estaba planteándole la
I think
pregunta, ¿verdad?
Rodrigo was
Sí,
asking him.
sí,
Can you
Julián,
repeat the question for him?
uno de
Yes,
nuestros
Julian, one
exportadores
of the
dejó
has a health
más
issue.
o menos un
He left a comment
comentario
from the
para
Dominican Republic. It needs, besides the phytosanitary certificate, a document that the cargo must have that is called fee.
Recording in progress.
Yo soy punto de contacto Eurofit en la Unión Europea y en Francia. El Eurofit es una notificación que se hace entre nosotros los 27 países de la Unión Europea, ¿sí? El país tercero no tiene ningún Eurofit que llenar, que, 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 que enviar. Entonces me parece muy curiosa esta afirmación. Quizás que estamos hablando de
If
otro
we're
aspecto
talking about another aspect, that is another document that is called CITES, that is for protected species, but the Eurofeed, that is here in Europe. So no, I don't think this demand is not something that I know about. All right, let's hear this opinion. I'm sorry, good afternoon. I don't know if you're talking about the common entry document, that is what is filled out by the importers there in Europe, where the phytosanitary certificate can be seen. It depends on the point of entry, and then it is approved. Besides the certificate, perhaps he's talking about that. That is called DSSP. That is the Chat PP in English. But that is done here to the interior of the European Union, and that is made by the operator. That is very important. I was not able to talk about that. The Dominican Republic sends ePhytos, and the operator can clone, can export all of the information of the certificate, of the ePhyto certificate, to create a health document. This with this document, the importer will do all of the processes with customs. This it saves a lot of time for the operators, because from the moment that we created this, or since this was created with the European Union, this made all of the processes a lot faster. And no paper is necessary. So we're talking about the sanitary document. The Eurofit, the Eurofit is the notification of non-compliance of a cargo. And that is something that you can access. You access traces, and you look in there and you do a search, and you look for the Dominican Republic, block cargo, and you can have all of what you call Eurofit, but for us is non-compliance of the cargo. And there are different reasons, documentation reasons, also identity, and there's one that is the presence of pests. And you can access, but no, you don't have to fill any Eurofeed or anything. That is done by the operator in Europe that fills out the sanitary document. Yeah, we completely understand what you're explaining. I don't know if we employed a term in a wrong manner, but I was not talking about Eurofeed. It's a document that is called Euro 1 that is demanded here in the exports that go to Europe. It's not a form either that is similar, or that it contains phytosanitary information. The information mentioned by Guillermo is related to what can be done in terms of digitizing perhaps this requirement if it persists. But we wanted to express that that is a document that is being required in parallel to the phytosanitary certificate, another document. Okay, perfect. There was another question, Ana Lucia. This is the interpreter. We cannot hear what she's saying without the microphone. It's apparently it's off. No, we cannot. No escuchamos. No se escucha. Now we can hear her. All right, so we want to know, Gisela, and the people that are accompanying us online, how friendly has the system been for you to change in terms of changing from paper to digital? So, and the other question has to do with what is related at the level of communication and spreading the information of everything involving this change from paper to digital. And something that perhaps is aligned with this is if you consider any collaboration, support in the platform, aid support, because I know what it involves that an exporter, as they're pointing out, they used to do the process through the quarantine post the certificate and think reach another country electronically. What happens if it was not received, if it did not arrive? Have you considered any support, help, or collaboration line within the platform that allows the user virtual level was effective? Yes, before responding on this question, that will logic, we want to welcome Eliezer Guevara, who is online. And also we have with us Catherine Johnson from the Costa Farm Company, and we welcome her for the question to also be extended to them. So go ahead, Catherine, and as well Eliezer Guevara, where you could be making a presentation or you can get involved in the discussion. So, Eliezer, can we go with you? Can you give us a brief presentation of who you are and in a general manner? Also, how has this impacted your work with these electronic certification? Thank you very much. I wanted to be there in person, but I was not able to arrive. So thank you very much for the opportunity of being here online. So the change, the adoption, the implementation of the phytosanitary, as you mentioned, the digital version, the replacement of an electronic document, it has allowed the agriculture department, the blogs, the importers, everybody involved uh, to have a more friendly process, a more agile one. Now, in regards to cost, both for you as an entity that prepares the phytos, that issues it, as well as for us, the brokers, the companies, importers, everybody involved in this, it also lowers the cost because we are not, well, this is a process. You don't need to find a physical document, print it out, copy it. So in terms of cost, it has had a really good impact. Now, in terms of being expedited, not only that much in the process of sending the documents, sending the certificates, the phytosanitary certificates, that we couldn't send not even the information to the broker at the destination in this case until we had that physical document. But now since you do it digitally, the airline, you deliver the documents, and then once you have it in digital, then you share it with the airline that you're working with, as well as the destination. So that implementation of the phytosanitary at a digital level, I think it has been the best thing that the Department of Agriculture has done, and we hope that they continue improving in that area. Thank you very much for your opinion and participation. Did your question was answered?
Algún apoyo a nivel de comunicación o campaña de divulgación que promueva el uso de esta nueva herramienta o alguna línea de ayuda, qué hacer, por ejemplo, si tengo algún impasse, cuál ha sido la experiencia.
This is the interpreter. She was not using the microphone from what we gather. She was asking if communication strategies need to be developed, or if there is any support line or customer support line in case you have any issues. So we can respond part of the question if you don't have the whole answer. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine. I represent Costa Farms. I don't know how to respond to that question, but I could share my opinion. Well, for us, it has been a really good advancement because I entered the company in the year 2019 and still paper certificates were issued over there. So it was really hard to do it because you had to wait for them to arrive. It was with a little machine that we used to do that, yeah. And we had to, the inspector would have to go with their seals. So we needed to incur in transportation expenses. And as well,
O sea, ahora nosotros podemos enviarlo simplemente por correo y ya. Y si
that is something that we can send through email, and that's it. And if we had a problem before, we had no time to react because if the container arrived without the Phyto, the container was detained until the Phyto was corrected. But not now. If you have any issues, you just verify that everything is correct and you say, hey, everything is ready. And you don't need to be dealing with paperwork and documentation.
Bueno, hay que continuar.
So we need to continue.
También, y también. Así mismo. Entonces.
So what I can say is that it has facilitated communication a lot. And also mistakes and credibility, everything, it has improved. For me, has been the best thing that ever happened. Thank you. Excellent. So there you go. From the main actors of the process, the exporters, and the ones that represent them, that are the brokers. I don't know if we have any other question or if the ones that are online, if want to contribute with something. Xavier, because I think you have something to say, Gisela? Let's see if I can, if we can try to get the field documentation to be digital as well. Those field documents that are so difficult, I think that will be something else in the process. We're going to take note of that and see what we can do with that. Like field form. So Xavier, I think this is the end of the panel. I think the information that we have shared in here directly from the actors brings a clear idea of the satisfaction that we can have from the ones that direct these processes. We're highly satisfied. We still have a long way to go. So many things to do we have things that in the ministry is to correct and acquire things, to encourage others, involve more the authorities, and with regards to what you were saying related to the information, that is something that is still a challenge for us, but we're going towards resolving that. Go ahead, Xavier.
Si me permito un segundo,
If you allow me
qué
to,
pena, qué pena. No, era para confirmar el testimonio.
it was to confirm the testimony from my colleague from the Dominican Republic. I worked for 15 years as an phytosanitary inspector in the Paris airport, and one of the countries with most problems at a document level was the Dominican Republic, because I remember it was the certificate was almost done in a writing machine, not in a computer, but in a machine, a writing machine, in a typewriter. And one of the things that we blocked, because the botanic name was not properly written, because the national declarations, since the ePhyto was implemented, there's no blocking from the European Union to the Dominican Republic. So let's say that for us is something very interesting. So I confirm this evolution, this progress. I can attest to this great change. Thank you very much, Julian. I wanted, before saying goodbye, to first thank Catherine and Gisela Taveras for your time, Elicer Guevara, Milvio Perez, that have taken time from their tight agendas to share the experience on the adoption of the Dominican Republic of the Electronic Phytosanitary Certificate. So we are really thankful for your time, for having shared with our colleagues of Central America this experience on how the Dominican Republic has been making progress, and it will continue moving forward with aims to constantly improve our ePhyto certificate. So thank you very much for joining us, and really thank you again for your efforts of being here and sharing your experiences. Thank you. Thank you. Big round of applause for our panelists.
Muchísimas gracias a los panelistas que estuvieron también en el
Thank
formato.
you for the panelists that joined us online, Ms. Gisela, Catherine, our two big moderators, Jody and Manuel Duran. And well, there's a well-known character in Honduras. Everything that goes up must come down, and if it begins, it must end. So we are in the last part. So for the closing session, Carlos Uria, Engineer Rosala Sala, and Gianluca, please come on so we can give proper closing to this important workshop that, as we have stated in the work route during the day, we have a lot of work to do, but this is the starting point of the workshop, of the work that we have been doing from now on. So our authorities, please come up. Lucia, if you would like to join us here.
Ok, aquí no vamos a tener ningún
So we're not
protocolo.
going to have protocols or anything here. We are among friends, right? So if any of the participants would like to make a comment, final comments, you are more than welcome to. So Gianluca, please, our honored guests will begin, and we end with our people at home.
La prima palabra, el corazón. ¿No? I have really, feelings that are coming from my heart, from being here.
and meeting all of you and seeing the way that you have been talking about ePhyto and everything else, and how you are as a people. Amazing. Really, thank you very much, because it's promising for you and for others, I believe. So just to summarize, I mean, it's also important for me and for the team. I wish the team, and I'll probably share the recording, to know the impact that we are having on all of you. You know, I was hearing the industry, thankfully having a faster process in just by using the solution, the gens that we did, and the ePhyto. It's 5-6 years of work, right? That to bring the ePhyto, because it's not only, let's say, Nicaragua joining tomorrow with the gens, okay? You know, Nicaragua can be there alone. It doesn't make any sense. So bringing all the countries together to share that sort of usage of the system, making that system simple, flexible, and little by little improving it. It's all like a recognition in this 2 days that I've seen of the good work that we have done, and I'm so glad that I received such good feedback from all of you. But it's not something that we stop here. It's actually should be like the starting, or the base to continue, to even grow. We shouldn't step back and say, we're so good, we did a great job. No, it's just the start. So I'm really looking forward, and for APPC, for the UNICC that I represent here, all the doors are open, and we are willing to help you in all the forums, and to hear you in your needs, and help you. Okay, thank you very much. Seriously, thank you. Thank you for inviting me and having me here.
Ingeniero Robles, por favor.
Bueno, yo creo que repitiendo las palabras,
Engineer Robles, please, I think, basically, thank you for the opportunity I received from IRSA to be here to share everything that we've done with ePhyto. I believe we we are just starting, really. I think the advantages and the potential of these tools are tremendous. I think the group, this coalition of OIRSA adds an additional advantage to everything, and it is important to continue making the best use of it so we can closely follow up on the coordinated work with the export sector, all the possibilities and the requirements that can improve even further our trade, but not only trade, but the health opportunities that we may pick up to improve even more our work in the borders, and to be able to protect the health of people, health of animals, the health of our plants. And I think we are in the right path. I think we have many challenges, but the opportunities are infinite. And we learned here that we can pick them up and make the best use of them. So thank you so much to this beautiful country of the Dominican Republic. And my heart is filled, really. I will leave this country, and I'm thrilled of being closer of all of you.
Ana Lucía, por favor.
Ana Lucia, please. Well, I would just like to reiterate the support of the OIRSA representation in Dominican Republic, the commitment to continue complying with our mission of supporting the ministries and secretariats of agriculture of member countries through the different departments. In this opportunity, our topic is health, plant health, quarantine, our full support to all of you, the trust to Carlos, to the entire team of the regional director of OIRSA in the headquarters, Rosa Manuel, Joe, the entire team, Hector Santana, that are leading this project of ePhyto, Miguel, those that are not here, and to all the other members and different countries of OIRSA for taking Dominican Republic to your hearts, the team, Cesar, Noeli, and the entire OIRSA team, the local team. It has been a pleasure to have you here. We have a lot of challenges, but a lot of opportunities too, to make use of the, or you take advantage that we are part of a big OIRSA, and Dominican Republic again as a full support. The ministry, I'm sure, feels the same. Use Dominican Republic as headquarters in the next opportunity, and we can say tomorrow the 9 countries of the region of OIRSA, everyone is aligned, and more than 50% is already there with the ePhyto project and its different MPPOs. So thank you for trusting Dominican Republic and OIRSA, Dominican Republic. Thank you, Ana Lucia. Mr. Ramon Durias. Ana Lucia, where's Noelia? Where is she? Noelia, please. Please, Noelia, Cesar, stand up. Sofia, who else supporting us logistically? Rosalba, please stand up because we have to give them a round of applause. They did a tremendous job. All the operationals. Nelson, we brought him last minute. Thank you, Randy too. Without you, this would have been almost impossible to do this event. The interpretation team, magnificent. You are hired for all the regional services. I've loved it. I haven't seen the prices yet, but I was in a different meeting with Palmeros, with palm tree exporters, Costa Rica, and banana exporters here and everything here. And one of the ways that the exporting sector can help is find an interview, make a note, find ways to meet with the ministry, and let the ministers know this is an important topic, is something relevant that we need to take it to the next level. And with that action, that will be tremendous support for us because then it bounces back the institutional interest and then we do the practical and operational part of it. So it is so important. The Ministry of Agriculture is not only of the Dominican Republic, they operate based on their communication systems with their sectors and exporters and so on, the entire value chain. I also would like to say that we've had huge support from the Ministry of Agriculture. Definitely, we need to recognize largely their support. This topic, Rosa, you took it to the minister. Actually, we had a conversation online with him. The vice minister was always paying close attention, and Rosa's team, it's a reference in the region, really. This is a great example. I want to say also that our tasks, after being so positive and stimulating and energetic, it's kind of frightening because now it's a commitment. It's not just an informational note, it's an act of commitment to carry it out and to do everything we have to do for this project, for the ePhyto, that I insist we let's stop calling it project and call it a program because that means it has to remain stable in time and always ensuring ensure resources and financial resources. And I take great satisfaction for being here. I met Gianluca when he was in the CMF. So far, he's a great artist. We didn't know about this. He likes a song called He loves it. And I heard him in the playing the guitar and it was like, why wasn't he at the karaoke yesterday? But he said he was not feeling well. I think Gianluca is a great friend of all of us. He's really a really kind soul. As like every Italians, we always get along well when we go to Rome. He's our colleague, our sake colleague. Tremendous. Really great team. Thank you so much for everything you do. And this is exactly, these are our teams to add more value, to be more. And I think this is going to be a deal breaker. I know all the RPPOs, but when the ball is in our court, we have to go. We have to make a goal. So let's play that nice. Let's work that game properly. It is going to be also very important the final report, or because the final report, the ones that we are going to compile from this workshop, that is what your directors and authorities are going to receive. And based on that note, it becomes an analysis and discussion document. We are going to be in Nicaragua. We're putting together the commitment. Also, we come back to the Dominican Republic, and then we go to Taiwan. But wherever we go, it doesn't matter if it's another topic, we're going to propose, hey, the ePhyto, let's try to push it forward. Manuel, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. No, we're not saying goodbye yet, okay? Because tomorrow is when the good things begin. Tomorrow, Gianluca, I'm sorry you're not gonna be a part of it.
Un último comentario.
One last comment. I would like to make one last comment. I just wanted to thank the IPPC, Gianluca. We haven't met in person, but we shared the same project, and Gianluca talked about with passion and enthusiasm, and I fully share that. And definitely with Rodrigo Robles, affronted to say that I represent France, but I was born in Latin America, and my DNA is Latin American, and I feel profoundly Latin American. And I just want to support this project in, with all our Latin American passion. And well, thank you again for inviting me. And you can count on me for anything, for any meeting, communication, exchange, or anything. Thank you for this event. It was great, really. Thank you, Julian. Your tone is like from Colombia. I was born in Colombia. Well, Colombia, Argentina, in the border. Well, that you made it complicated to guess. If you mix with Argentina, then Ecuador, you have a complicated case. Thank you, Julian. You have several friends here from the region, and we are going to be in constant communication with you. So I don't want to talk for much longer. We're just putting together the ePhyto family, right? We are putting together this new structure, and we will surely see each other again. We will collect and we will add any input necessary, and I think we will have results in the short and medium term. And I'm sure if we continue, I want to give the floor now to one of our iron ladies here of the region. She's strong, she's active, dynamic. So Rosa, please, without further ado, big round of applause for Carlos. Well, like someone was saying there, everything that begins must come to an end. But this is not the end of the workshop because, like Carlos said, this goes short and medium term so we can have achievements in every country of the region. So, on behalf of the Dominican government, President Luis Abinader, when we were appointed to the plant health division, the president told me, Rosa, I wanted to see a change. That's a slogan of the government to change things. And when we arrived at plant health, Mr. Duran told me, engineer, we need to change the certification. We need to get on board of the ePhyto. They have been knocking on our doors for years to integrate to it. And when when you go to an agency like this, the important thing is to leave to leave something better. So you can say, hey, I added this value, I gave this input to the government. That when you go out of the agency, you can say, I did this for the betterment of the people of the Dominican Republic and exporters, and we are aiming for that. Plant's health team put everything to work. And I want to thank Mr. Manuel for motivating me to work and to continue and to help us get on board with this modality. But Mr. Hector, special thanks to you, Hector Santana. He doesn't feel so well, but he's here. Round of applause for him. And to tell you, Mr. Hector, he hasn't rested one day from the day we assumed in 2020 this commitment. And honestly, they say that the state doesn't thank or holds a grudge, but I think our state will always have to talk about Hector Santana when talking about the electronic certification, and with you, our entire quarantine team, Jody, Manuel, Miguel, the entire team. We are a great team in plant health. With the plant health department, I want to give special thanks to the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Limber Cruz, that believed in this project. When we talked about this project, he believed in us. Because sometimes the electronic certification entails like touching or knocking on laws and regulations of a country because we're talking about confidential information. So no, every authority tells you yes, go ahead and work. But our minister, a man of vision, the moment we talked about it, he basically gave us the green light, and it has been a full success. And God has given us the opportunity to support the other countries like Panama, that we supported them, and in other countries. And to tell you that we are full of work right now. We are very busy, but we have all the willingness to support the countries of the region in whatever you need. And I say this not because we have it all, because we still have things to improve, but I believe our country is walking ahead in the certifications. All our technicians are well versed handling the electronic certification, 95% export technicians, of course, and they're improving. We are improving, and that's the important thing. And that knowledge, we also want to duplicate it to our technicians and colleagues of OIRSA because we are a brotherhood. If OIRSA is good, we are all in good grounds because we are all OIRSA. So thank you to OIRSA for the representation in Dominican Republic. I cannot complain. They are a great team. Ana Lucia was a quarantine technician in the plant health department. So Ana, when she's at the activities, I feel she has like she goes in like another part member of the technical team, and the representative of the OIRSA, she assumes this role. And for us, that presents a lot of value. Mr. Carlos Urias, with whom I've become a close friend, Xavier, every member of OIRSA here. Alfonso, he's a son of plant health, of the plant health. We're going to have to start putting some rules. We are all health, and we are really proud of it. In a special way, too, we would like to thank Mr. Robles coming from Chile to support us, and Mr. Gianluca, of whom Mr. Hector have talked to me so much. And our Argentinian Hector, what's his name? Alessandrini, Mr. Alessandrini, that we also think he really worked hard with us. So if I'm missing someone, I hope I'm not, but we are full of joy, really, and we thank God and all of you and all the institutions that have supported us to make this a reality. Take this back to your countries, talk to your authorities. You just have to see how our exporters speak, how easy it is. How this used to be a headache. There are no more ePhyto, no more documents. How do we do this? We have to go to agriculture minister to find new documentation. Sometimes a company is 200 kilometers away because some are in the northern region. They have to come to the city to get the certification. This was really a problem. If the document got damaged, we need to do it again. We need to send it in a courier. We need to pay to the courier. They take 3 days to arrive. For our exporters, really, they have said it. This has been a blessing, really. We still have a long way to go, but we are improving. So take this message back to your countries because in the end, we should all be one voice in OIRSA. OIRSA should be the first or RPPO in the IPPC to have the electronic certification, which is what we're looking for. That is our main objective within plant health of each country. Also, it's been our great pleasure to have you in the country, the best country of the world. Really, well, happy people, we Dominicans. We feel good that you feel good of being here. Thank you for coming, and of course, thank you for sticking up and these 4 days and our speakers. Miss Gisela, our exporters that have joined us, thank you. And thank you for letting the plant health department begin this project. Thank you for the patience you've had because all the projects have a few issues. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much, but sometimes when an exporter we used to call me engineer, that's an error with the ePhyto. And I was like, it's okay, take it easy. I call Hector, and Hector used to tell me, hey, we're beginning. Don't desperate. So little by little, we were able to do it. We are doing really well, thank God. And each one of you, I know in your countries, those who are not a part yet, you are going to be just like us or even better. And that those are our wishes. And on behalf of the Dominican Republic, our minister and our government, thank you so much for being in the Dominican Republic. Hope you all have a great trip back home. And I hope you enjoy tomorrow the best, which is the best word. Thank you. And with this, we officially close the regional workshop for the electronic certification in FIDO. We would like to uh, say goodbye to our online participants in YouTube and Zoom. And thank you for all the accommodations given and attentions of the Dominican government. Thank you all for participating. We have a lot of homework to do, but from now on, this is when the eFIDO workshop really begins. We are almost finished with a Ramon in an event, Carlos Ramon Urias, but it was better to finish with a flower, with Rosa. Thank you all. I just want to ask a round of applause for Javier. You've done great. Thank you, Javier. Have happy. Hope you all go back to your countries. A quick question, Javier. I want to know. Have you learned of Dominican Spanish? Have you learned some Dominican Spanish? Let's see. Good afternoon, everyone.